provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 asterisk.
Y utiliza el código 104091 estrella.
Okay, all votes on tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. We'll now call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Mayor Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Present.
Councilmember Teeter.
Present.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Present.
Councilmember Kim. Councilmember Dukes.
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Present.
Councilmember Young.
Present.
We have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Councilmember Teeter,
So move.
Councilmember Young.
Second.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to excuse the member not present. I'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Vote is open. Councilmember Sandoval.
Did it not take?
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. Thank you. All right, up next is the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. So we're going to do the moment of silence first, followed by Pledge of Allegiance. Sorry. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to make a motion to amend the agenda to remove the oil and gas monthly update, postpone it permanently.
Councilmember Trujillo.
I'll second.
Okay. All right, discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to, what was your motion, Councilmember Dukes?
And my motion is to remove the oil and gas monthly update and postpone it indefinitely.
Okay. And my question is, to you is, why would you want to remove that since we have oil and gas activity on our borders?
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I want to quote one of our prior colleagues is get back to basics. Councilmember Sean Ford and prior mayor. And I think it's important for us to get back to basics in terms of using our city council meetings to have business for the city. We also have oil and gas updates over the last 2 years, and there hasn't been any active applications because our new policies require all applications to come before city's council. And then I guess the question I'll have to you, Mayor, is with this oil and gas update, what policies have been recommended or provided from these updates over the last 2 years?
Oh, yes. We have a refinery in Commerce City, and that gives us an update on environmental issues, the exceedance from the plant. So this provides an information to our residents of what the activities are going on.
Yeah, Mayor, my question is what policies have been enacted based on this update?
The policy is the update from monthly oil and gas to inform our citizens of what's going on to affect their health and safety.
So I agree this is an update. This can be an update during our study session, as there has not been any policies that have come out of this or policy discussions from these updates. And I believe that our city council meetings should be, our business meetings should be about
No.
policy.
I
That's
would,
the
I
rationale.
would, I would correct, not the last 2 years, but there's been several years where we did have oil and gas activity in our city and outside of our city with our city borders. And so there was policy that was brought forward
Can you name it?
to help mitigate that. That was oil and gas as far as fracking.
Okay.
And I, since you asked me that, I could find that, but right now I can't. But there is policy that's been adopted, that's why going forward, this has been a custom to make sure our residents in our city knows early on what's going on, especially we have a designee with Adams County. And Mayor Pro Tem Noble, would you like to expand on that?
Yeah, point of order. We have procedures that we, as a city council, follow in order for us to maintain decorum. They were all put in place over the last few years at recommendation of Policy and Governance Committee, and the city councils have voted on them. Among the policies are the inclusion of notice council business, so that there is an opportunity for it to be, for motions such as this that actually stops an activity entirely, to fall under that category in our agendas. So I would like to ask that the motion maker follow procedures that we have established for the city council in order for the city council to function.
Thank you. Pointing information.
Councilmember Dukes?
Point of information, City Attorney Zarzaki, when we look at the question of motion to adopt the amendment, this is a part of our agenda, I guess, point of information, is it within this question to amend the agenda?
It's a good question. So the way that I look at a motion to adopt this agenda for this evening, council certainly has the prerogative to amend this agenda, can continue items, can move items around. I do think that that is distinguishable from permanently removing something that is typically on an agenda. I think that it's entirely appropriate for this council to have the conversation about what substantive items have been included on regular meetings, particularly if they have been put on meeting agendas because of prior council's motions. But I would agree that I think it should go on either a notice council business item or bring it up in admin council, or sorry, in your readout, and have the conversation at a later meeting when it's noticed.
Thank you for the clarification, Mayor. I would like to amend my motion to remove the oil and gas update from this agenda, and then we'll have future discussion around the notice council business.
City Attorney, is that sufficient?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, the second, Councilmember Teeter,
Second.
are you okay with that? All right. Okay. I thought Councilmember Teeter was. Councilmember Trujillo, are you okay with that? Yes.
Mayor, if I may, just to be clear, just parliamentarian. So the seconder does not need to be okay with it per Bob's rules. Once the motion has been approved, it lives with the body. If there's any disagreement with a friendly amendment, then it technically dies.
Okay,
Just clarifying for everyone.
gotcha. All right, thank you. Okay, motion on the floor, let's see. Hold on here. All right, the motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda as amended. I will ask the clerk to take the roll call vote.
The vote is open.
Okay, that passes 6-2, one excused absence. All right, on to public comments. All public comments except for those in public hearings will occur now. If If you're intending to comment about a public hearing on tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comment for that particular hearing. Public comment shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Persons registered to speak multiple items may speak multiple times. Will the clerk call on anybody virtual or in person, please?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 people signed up to speak tonight. One's not here. Starting with Sarah Sampson Paris.
Okay.
And I will ask her to unmute. Sarah, can you hear us? You may need to unmute. Oh, Sarah has left the call.
Okay.
Okay. So the second one is Ashley Leanne. I will ask her to unmute. Ashley, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there.
You have 3 minutes to speak, sorry.
Okay, so the reason I'm joining this call today is because on January 7th, 2026, our loved one Kayla Sampson tragically lost her life due to the unsafe conditions over at the intersection of 104th and Brighton Road. And to my understanding, this has been neglected for several years, and the community has been asking for either a stoplight, a four-way stop, or even a roundabout due to the many accidents and fatalities that have occurred there since the 70s. It's my understanding that Adams County has recently taken initiative to create a plan for that area, which could take up to 2 years to complete. There are accidents happening there weekly, so in the meantime, I'm wondering if we can get a temporary solution, such as a four-way stop and or more police presence in the area. We have created a petition in loving memory of Kayla, and to honor her life, raise awareness for motorcycles on the road, and protect others. We'd like to call on CDOT as well as other local officials to take immediate action and install proper traffic control measures. And I've also submitted an email that has additional traffic data and comments made by nearby residents that had signed the petition. And we just believe that no family or community should have to endure preventable loss. And thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, that completes virtual.
Okay.
We have 8 people signed up in person,
All right.
and the first is John Jelinek. Yeah.
Evening. My name is John. Oh, just a sec, sir. Do you want to start that time over, please?
Hey, greetings, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
My name is John Yelnick, and I reside at 3650 South Dahlia Street, Denver, 80237. And I am the fee simple absolute owner of a real estate called a remainderment, which is in your packets as an attachment. You should have a survey conducted by Wilson & Company dated March 15th, 2024. It is that document to which I am referring. The Ricebeck subdivision, which for 45 years I was its manager, now the owner, was located at 112th and North 85. It operated as a 38-acre farm located at that time in Adams County, and it was zoned industrial. Unfortunately, it was also impacted by the groundwater plume, which destroyed my crops and my animals, known as the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Superfund Off-Post Contaminated Groundwater Pathway, which I irrigated from. My absolute ownership in this property, the Ricebeck subdivision, was decided by the Adams County Court, which supervised the resale of that divided property under the supervision to a developer. I retained individually the unsold balance of the Ricebeck subdivision, which again on your survey is identified as the remainderment. Currently, the City of Commerce City, through its permitting process, is attempting to legitimize the trespass of these two developers as they are quote unquote permitting water and sanitary sewer within my remainderment parcel. And mind you, that remainderment parcel is not a part of the South Adams Water and Sanitation District. That just amazes me. But yet a permit is going to these developers who think that they can hook up and get water and sewer from the district. Commerce City has also permitted the destruction of 2 groundwater monitoring wells, also located in my remainderment property, which the Rocky Mountain Arsenal's Restoration Advisory Board and the Site-Specific Advisory Board, the state of Colorado, and U.S. Army have relied upon to give us information concerning contaminants that are emanating from that groundwater plume. I also noticed that South Adams has filed suit against the city of Denver for forever chemicals in that same plume. I am asking for a timely response from this council as to if in fact the council intends to direct the city to take my property. I would like to know so.
Mr. Yelnick, could you wrap it up?
You bet.
Thank you.
And if they are going to take my property, is it for the betterment of the community, or is it going to be for the betterment of those developers? Thank you for your hospitality this evening, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you.
Mayor, next on the list is Brandy Valdez.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name's Brandy Valdez, and I'm at 7550 Kearney Street in Commerce City, Colorado. This is Liana Demos. She resides at the same address. She's also a student at Adams City High School. So we originally came here to ask, we are trying to raise some funding to get uniforms and shoes for the girls' tennis, for the tennis sports that they have at the high school. We were also looking at lighting and getting the court resurfaced, where it came to my attention that the city actually owns the property that the Adams City High School tennis courts are on, and that the city is supposed to be maintaining that property. I know that the city provides the netting for that, and I guess we're also here to kind of ask if you guys could also look into providing lighting so that the kids that do the tennis matches there can actually complete the tennis matches when they come in, because right now they have to shut it down when the sun goes down because they cannot see. There's also a lot of cracks in the court, as well as some of the electrical out boxes that are there are missing covers and stuff, and some of the gates that they have there do not close. There's also, the city also owns the property that goes right behind it, which is where the trail is at. And along there, there's a lot of fencing that is also in need of some repair and cleanup as well. And so I'm not sure where I need to go to or who I need to talk to about getting this information of who I need to speak to, what we can do to work to get this taken care of. I just know that Adams City High School and the district is not able to put any lights up or do any of that work there because they do not own that property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Mayor, next on the list is Jackie Valdez.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro
Good evening.
Tem, Council, City Management. I had to sit out there and calm myself down for a few minutes. A couple things I want to address is Ward 1, Representative, we've not heard from you yet. I'd like to hear from you. We have a lot of things on our agenda that needs to be handled, and you've been on council for over a month now. It's about time you get out there and start addressing some of the things that need to be addressed with Ward 1. Second of all, thank you very much, Pro Tem, for mentioning the flock system. I can tell you from experience, as far as the flock system is concerned, yes, it does help quite a bit, but we've also had some faulties with it. When you have a shooting right across the street from you and you have someone actually on the phone giving the officers direction on where to go, and then I get notice that the officers are down on 74th in Colorado instead of 68th, right where the gunshots are, we have a problem. So thank you for that. As a community, we need to know this stuff. We need to be agreeable as far as a community on what the money is being spent, because us taxpayers, our taxes have just went up again. And I am fed up with this. I want to be notified, not after the fact. I want to be notified before the fact. Now, as far as Suncor is concerned, let me tell you something, young man. You don't live there. We do. It is your responsibility as council and city management to report this to us. And where you feel that you don't have that obligation, I have no idea. But I don't appreciate the comments that you were making. You live up north, so you're not being toxified when those things go off. You're not on the situation where you can't walk out your house and be able to breathe. So I want you to think about when you sit up here and you try to change things and make comments that is totally ridiculous, you rethink. Rethink about everything that you say, because the public needs to know this. The community needs to know this. Not just you. We're paying for you to be here. It is your responsibility to serve us, not the businesses, not anybody else, the community. And I'm tired of hearing about things that are happening after the fact when we should know about this prior to it. We should have a say on what's happening. It's our taxpayers' money that's being spent. It's our health that's being affected. So think about that. When you're up there breathing your clean air and we're not down here, think about it.
Thank you.
Mayor, Sarah Sampson Paris is back online. I think she had some technical difficulties. We can move to her as a virtual speaker if you'd like, or continue down the list.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I will ask her to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there you are, Sarah.
Thank you. My sister was killed at 104th Avenue in Brighton Road due to the light that we understand for the last many years has been brought to the attention. Over 43 accidents, 2 fatalities, and one of them being a mother, my sister, of 4 children, a 3-year-old that will never remember her mother's voice, will never remember her mother's face, a 10-year-old autistic son that needed her, a 17-year-old and a 21-year-old. Because a driver failed to give the right of way. He stopped at the stop sign, never saw her come in, pulled out, she hit the front of his vehicle. She never had time to react. The light is very important. The funds are very important. And the people in those neighborhoods have had wreck after wreck, not to mention their own home damage on those corners. The population's gotten so large there. The roads do need to be widened. With the widened road, we need to make sure that those drivers are held accountable at those lights, and that the true rules of the roadway are taken care of in that very moment, so somebody else doesn't have to bury a family member because somebody couldn't wait at that stop sign for 2 minutes, so somebody else's life had to end. If they had the traffic cameras to hold people responsible, no one else has to suffer at that light. And the knowledge from 2015 to 2025, the records are there. And I just ask for the funding for that roadway, for the expansion, for the light, for the cameras to make sure there's follows around. Thank you.
Thank you. Send my condolence.
Mayor, next is Keith Rogers.
Evening, Mayor, Council, City Management.
Evening.
Okay, I do want to thank the police department for some of the work they've done lately, gotten some guns off the streets, gotten some cars off the road from not having tags and insurance. It's wonderful. I'd like to see that continue. Of course, we do need more patrol cars. And on 72nd and Highway 85 Friday night, there was another major accident because somebody ran the light. Because we don't have the patrol over there to slow these idiots down. I also need to find out, are we lowering our cameras so we can see smaller vehicles, ATVs, because again, this weekend, they're out in force. Beautiful day, they're out riding them up and down streets. We need to catch these little idiots up and down Colorado Boulevard, Albion 68th, with their cars backfiring every freaking night, in the middle of the night. It's getting kind of old. As far as learning stuff from gas and oil, I agree with Jackie 100%. They had an alarm the other day. I want to know what it was about. I live close to that. I lived there when it was Conoco when it blew up. I want to know before it blows up. And we need to start getting a few things done. Any word on Colorado Boulevard at all? I know they got 68th marked up all kinds of places. But are we getting drainage behind me from 68th on down? I mean, that drainage has to be there. We start getting severe rains this spring, somebody's gonna owe me a garage, along with some of the other neighbors, because we're tired of being flooded. We're tired of our garages being full of water, our yards. And of course, out on the front street as well, because the project they did on the other end of Colorado Boulevard, their drains stop halfway. They'll run directly down to us. We're already getting flooded from 68th. Now we're getting extra water from Colorado Boulevard. So something needs to be fixed with drainage there. I don't know. Sidewalks definitely don't need to be that wide, and I care less if they put sidewalks in. But I need it done
Thank you,
so I
Mr.
can get my
Rogers.
gates fixed.
You wrap it up. Thank you.
Mayor, next on the list is Aaron Porteous.
Good evening. I'm Erin Porteous, address 2017 West 9th Avenue, Denver, 80204. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. To our returning members, thank you for your continued leadership. And to our new members, congratulations. We're excited to work with each of you to make Commerce City even stronger. As I said, my name's Erin, and I'm the CEO of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Metro Denver. We operate 25 clubs across the metro area, including the Suncorp Boys and Girls Club just down the road. For more than a decade, we've been proud partners alongside the City of Commerce City. We share a common goal, a community where every child has a chance to learn, grow, and thrive. And over the last decade together, more than 3,000 children and teens have walked through the doors of the Boys and Girls Club. I know that we all agree that kids represent the future for our community. And right now, there are many families in Commerce City who need more support. In fact, 80% of our families tell us that at least one parent depends on the Boys and Girls Club so that they can hold their job. We provide dependable, high-quality after-school programs that families can count on, and we have the capacity to serve many more children inside our club. Our mission is to serve all kids who need us in Commerce City, and we remain school agnostic. We welcome kids from traditional public schools, from public charter schools, from private schools, and from home schools. To continue meeting the needs of this community, our call to action is twofold. First, we believe that a strong partnership with Adams 14 is essential in enabling youth to be able to access the Suncor Club. We're asking for your support as we continue to rebuild this relationship. The second thing, we have to continue to collaborate along each of you so that we can offer a wide range of services to support children and families for the benefit of this community. When we take these steps together, we strengthen our ability to serve all the kids who need us in Commerce City. And because this work is truly shared among us, we hope that you'll come celebrate this collective impact together. We hope you'll come join our families and our kids as we celebrate our Youth of the Year dinner on March 11th. Some of you have already responded that you'll be able to be there. This event is a meaningful way to see firsthand the impact of the club and show you what your support does for the young people in our community. We know every child deserves a safe place that they can grow, and that's what's happening every day at the Boys and Girls Club in Commerce City. Thank you for everything that you do for our city, and thank you extra for what you do for our young people.
Thank you, Ms. Portis.
Mayor, next is Hunter Brill.
Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Hunter Brill. I reside at 10584 Xenia Court. My wife and I moved to Commerce City about 2 years ago from nearby Thornton, and we now reside in the Platt Place community on the far northwestern edge of the city, near the intersection of 104th Avenue and Brayton Road. It's my understanding that this area was formerly part of unincorporated Henderson before being annexed by Commerce City in 2021. I'm speaking to you all to express my deep concerns about the capacity, design, and safety of the intersection at 104th Avenue and Brayton Road. While other intersections around 104th Avenue have adapted to rapid growth through signalization, lighting, speed control, and improved signage, this intersection appears to be largely overlooked. It presents a dangerous combination of blind sight lines, no street lighting, abrupt speed changes, increasing traffic volumes, and frequent driver inattention or impatience. Last year, my family was personally affected when my wife was involved in a collision at this intersection with the driver traveling down 104th Avenue. Thankfully, all parties sustained only minor injuries, and I'm grateful for the prompt response of our first responders. While we're waiting at the scene, nearby residents came out to check on those involved. I spoke with a longtime neighbor who has lived in the area for more than 30 years, and he has described witnessing numerous crashes at this intersection, including fatalities. He shared that he has shared these concerns with city and county representatives in the past, but little has changed over decades. Currently, a single flashing red light atop the stop sign serves as the only warning to drivers approaching this crossing. That minor collision pales in comparison to what happened to Kayla Sampson on January 7th. Just 4 weeks ago, 38-year-old Kayla was riding her motorcycle when she was hit and killed by another vehicle at this dangerous intersection. Kayla should still be here. She leaves behind a husband and 4 children. Improvements to this intersection are long overdue. 2024 crash data from CDOT shows 9 reported crashes at this intersection in 1 year alone. That's the highest total since 2017. All but one of these broadside impacts, underscoring the danger of crossing this intersection. I previously raised these concerns with former council members and city staff. The consistent response has been that CDOT is responsible for this intersection due to the status of its that is the state's highway. But there is no immediate or long-term plans for improvement. The lack of clarity and progress is concerning. Community safety should be everyone's priority, regardless of jurisdiction. With your advocacy, I hope to gain clarity on the following. Has this intersection been identified as a high-risk location in the Adams County Comprehensive Safety Plan or Commerce City's Transportation and Safety Action Plan? Which entity is ultimately responsible for maintaining this intersection and implementing safety improvements? I've received varying answers that include Commerce City, Adams County, Thornton, and CDOT. Regardless of jurisdiction, how can we work together to advocate for meaningful safety improvements and bring focused attention to this issue? Ensuring community safety should be priority among all stakeholders. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my concerns. I appreciate your leadership and look forward to your advocacy.
Thank you.
Mayor, next on the list is Paul Wielander.
Well, good evening. I'm Paul Wielander. I reside at 10030 Mobile Street. We back up to Second Creek Open Space, and I love living there. I want to commend those who were on the council a few years ago when we did the Second Creek Restoration Project. And I saw that whole place go from like prairie dogs and kind of looked like the moonscape to really so much nicer. Tonight I bring another concern, and it is the increase that I've seen in motorized vehicles, private motorized vehicles on the open space and also in Frontera Park. A few years ago, you might see 1 or 2 a month. Yesterday I saw 8 without even trying. A few weeks ago, I was out playing disc golf in Frontera Park with my kids and grandkids, and we're going from one hole to another hole, and coming towards us was a motorized bicycle that zoomed right by us. Needless to say, I was concerned, especially for my little grandsons, who don't pay attention. They're like their grandpa sometimes. And then yesterday, I was gazing out our back deck over the open space. We're pretty close to the trail. And I saw a family group with a couple of kids and a couple of dogs coming. Along behind them came 5 motorized mini bikes and electric bikes, and some of them motorized. I was scared as they went zooming by this family. So something, and I think you already know this, something needs to be done. Mayor Douglas, I thought it was a good idea, thinking out of the box, to have a Jeep parked maybe along these expressways and different places like 104th to maybe slow down the traffic. This is an out-of-box thought, and I think that's what needs to be done for the open space and how we're going to do whatever. I'm not that great of it, but I know you got some intelligence with a lot of people who can figure stuff out. There's drones, there's cameras, and you know, maybe somebody on the police department would love getting on a little mini bike and just incognito coming alongside and catching somebody. But my concern, you know, and I did hear about what happened on that intersection, but my concern is somebody could be seriously injured because I don't see it diminishing rather than increasing. I do want you to know that I appreciate all of you very much for the difficult job that you have. I pray that God gives you wisdom and that He'll bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, last is Renee Bullock.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. My name is Renee Bullock, and I'm the Executive Director of the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce. What I'm here tonight for is to ask for this council to write a letter of support, a resolution or anything in regards to the I-270 draft that was brought forth by CDOT. We were on a committee for over 2 years that looked at I-270. Councilman Teeter was on the committee, Mayor Douglas was on the committee. We were there, we had many meetings, we had a tour of the whole corridor and everything. And over that time, the recommendations that came forth, a lot of us agreed with, a lot didn't agree with them, but we came together and said, okay, this is the best recommendation that we can come forth with on a draft recommendation from CDOT. I would really hope that the council would get behind CDOT with their draft EIS and say, you know, this is the best possibility for this to get done, because any other is just going to cause a delay, and delays don't get anything done except for nothing. And we need to have that corridor. Anytime you go out on 270 except late at night, it is packed. So I would think that this would work to the betterment of Commerce City and our residents, both north and south. So my ask of you is to write a letter of support to CDOT on their draft recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment.
All right, thank you. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online by mail, and written comments were received by the deadline and incorporated into tonight's updated agenda packet. If a follow-up is necessary, you should be expected to be contacted by a staff member. Up next, notice of council business, pedestrian safety options for 104th Avenue. I'll invite Mayor Pro Tem Noble to introduce this item and make a motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I really appreciate it. This was brought to me by a constituent who is concerned about safely crossing 104th Avenue and Reunion Parkway. And can I just take a moment here to extend my condolences to Kayla Sampson's family. The 104th and Brighton intersection, and those who have spoken to that tonight, is a dangerous area as well. City Manager Rogers emailed the City Council this week about different ways that that can be addressed because there are several jurisdictions involved there. So I would actually like to make two motions tonight. My first motion is strictly about a feasibility study to determine what are the best alternatives for East 104th Avenue and Reunion Parkway for pedestrians to safely cross. It's about 7 to 9 lanes, a lot of people going back and forth, and there will be more as soon as the high school is open as well. It will look at crashes, reckless driving, or community complaints. One of the things that I'm interested in are near misses. And frankly, I'm not sure how near misses get recorded. I sit at that intersection at times and am worried for moms or caregivers with strollers and a toddler by hand, couples crossing with a dog, and kids on bikes trying to get across that intersection because they don't necessarily, the drivers don't necessarily see who's in the intersection as they're coming down 104th at fairly rapid speeds. So my motion is to direct the city manager. I did this, by the way, in consultation with City Manager Rogers, and City Manager Rogers wrote the motion. Motion to direct the city manager to conduct a feasibility assessment to determine if the East 104th Avenue and Reunion Parkway intersection poses a high risk and determine options including but not limited to a red light camera to enhance pedestrian safety crossing. The city manager will deliver an issues briefing outlining the feasibility assessment, funding pathways, and next steps as warranted back to the city council no later than April 6th.
Okay, that's your motion. I will second that.
All right, thank you.
Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing this forward, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a question for City Manager Rogers. I know last year, it might have been 2 years now, that we approved the opportunity to have a Safe Streets initiative. The goal for that Safe Streets initiative was to look at education, enforcement, and ultimately engineering. It's a 3-step process. And then we had a budget attached to that for neighborhood opportunities and conversations to ultimately curb speeding, pedestrian traffic. And so I'm curious around where we're at with that initiative and how this relates to our, even our Jeep, our radar detected Jeep as well.
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the questions, Councilmember Duke. First and foremost, yes, there was a Safe Streets initiative that was approved as part of the 2025 budget. In that, we had broken I think what you had just said is that three-step kind of approach down into two buckets, just given our operations, one being Public Works and one being police. In the Public Works, two things were brought forward: safety action plan as well as the transportation master plan. The safety action plan was adopted by the council last year. The transportation master plan is before you tonight. Inherently, the safety action plan is rolled into that. The other piece that was discussed is under the police purview, which was looking at education. So neighborhood groups, speed studies, data from Public Works, participation program. And then there was the radar ban, high hazard zone signs that was added to the budget and was carried forward in the 2026 budget. So we have taken foundational steps to the necessary pieces to be able to kind of create a comprehensive approach. I think one piece that wasn't directly captured but is fundamentally important is the traffic calming policy, which was also adopted at the end of last year. So now we're the intentionality of trying to focus on how to address speeding or other issues in neighborhoods is going to be the next formative step, because we will have all of these various tools now at our disposal. So I would say we are going to be taking that next step to be thinking about the synergies of some of these issues and concerns and how that comes as far as the toolkit that can be coordinated and collaborated with participants in neighborhoods if they so choose to sign up, which will build out of these various efforts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving that background. I thought it was important for us to highlight that again, because it was in our budget, and it is a conversation that's going to continue to happen in terms of education, enforcement, and ultimately engineering. And I hope that we're able to lift this initiative in its full totality, so it will give opportunities and challenges like this more a place as a container for us as a city, meaning that we have more resources, because the 104th traffic study, this is needed, but I think there's other areas, as articulated tonight, there's other spaces, and I think as we have this Safe Streets initiative up and going, it will give our community more voice, more education, and also some funding to help do neighborhood groups. But I thought it was important for council, our new council as well, to know that, because this is an ongoing issue across our city, and so I would love for us to think about this effort. It's not piecemeal, right? It's not like a light here, a light there, or it's really a strategic approach, and I think this initiative will be able to help with that, because there are citywide issues. So as far as this effort and emotion tonight, again, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for bringing this forward, and I fully support it. I think it's needed to have this type of study for residents. Thanks.
Councilmember Teeter.
I basically had the same question, but, so.
Okay, thank you.
It's been answered.
Appreciate that. Any other council members? Discussion? All right, the motion on the floor is to direct city manager to conduct a feasibility assessment to determine if East 104th Avenue and Meridian Parkway intersection poses a high risk due to history of crashes, reckless driving, or community complaints. Determine options, including but not limited to the red light camera to enhance pedestrian safety crossings. The city manager will deliver an issue briefing outlining the feasibility assessment, funding pathways, and the next steps as warranted. Back to the city council no later than April 6th.
Your vote is open.
Thank you. Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence.
Thank you, and may I have a follow-up?
Yes.
Just a moment. City Manager Rogers, since we are talking about intersections, of course, there are many that are problematic, and I can think of more in North Commerce City as well, but 104th and Brighton Road, could you just, since we're talking about intersections, elaborate on that a little bit? And also, what leadership role the city could take in terms of resolving the jurisdictional issues at that intersection?
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Mayor Pro Tem. I think you did kind of hit on it as far as being able to kind of segue into the jurisdictional complexities that are before us at that intersection. So yes, there is a number of different actors at that intersection. 104, which is also known as Colorado Highway 44, is under the purview and operation and maintenance of CDOT. With respect to the jurisdictional oversight, given that that intersection, the majority of that, falls within the unincorporated Adams County, any change to traffic control measures at that intersection, whether you're going from a 2-stop to a 4-stop or a traffic signal, would at today's date require a permit application from Adams County, given its jurisdictional oversight, as well as concurrence for any change in traffic control design and approach from CDOT. We have had ongoing conversations in the past with CDOT about the involvement of Colorado Highway 44 to being a city roadway. That has not necessarily been at the top of their priorities in advancing that, as they have focused primarily on 74th Avenue and the improvements there, and they will shift likely to Brighton Road and then potentially back to 104th. And this is from conversations that we have held internal at the staff level with theirs. So getting to your latter question, knowing that each municipality that I just referenced has a different stake in the process, your leadership role in this is truly from an advocacy, is what I can see on the front end. Now, are there things that we could potentially look to investigate as increased signage on the thoroughfares that we control, and that only thoroughfare that would be Brighton Road? We'd have to investigate that, so I couldn't give you an answer today on that. But if I'm looking at this just at face value, I think where your advocacy and your position can be is in submitting a letter to Adams County, to CDOT, and pressing upon them the importance and the prioritization of the data that's been presented or that exists in warranting a traffic signal at that jurisdiction or at that intersection, and understanding what would be necessary and being able to move that forward with other players, being that utility companies or the acquisition of right-of-way from other property owners along that corridor in order to facilitate that. And I think that's where you can have your voice heard in support of the community that has come out tonight.
All right, thank you. Then I won't do it now, but I'll do it during administrative council business to direct staff to prepare a letter for us that advocates for the county and CDOT to address hazardous issues at that intersection. Thank you very much. And thank you, council, for your unanimous vote. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, up next, presentation, State of the Court. I'll invite Judge Bowen forward to make the presentation. Good evening, Judge.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, the state of the court is strong. We have a strong staff. We have implemented strong policies and procedures, and we're moving forward into the future with the city. So on behalf of myself, I thank you for the opportunity to work with the court, and we have some information for you as well. Oh, okay. Click. There we go. So last year we had over 10,000 tickets that were submitted to the court for processing. The manner in which we interact with persons who have matters that come before the court are strongly electronic, telephone, email. We've given you the court calendar, a court statistics report, and our updated fine schedule. We had 128 cases carried over in our probation department from the 2024 roster, 659 new cases assigned to probation, 662 cases successful, which is interesting math, but some of them carried over, and then 48 cases that were unsuccessful. And that's our challenge. Overwhelmingly, people do respond when we give them the opportunity to take coursework, do community service, or otherwise engage in the community in a positive manner. We do have occasions when people simply can't or won't, and that is its own challenge, but it's a very small number of cases. We only had 6 trials last year, no jury trials, and we have had 1 appeal that's been filed last year. We do Fresh Start each year that offers the opportunity for members of the community that have outstanding issues with the court to come in and participate, to address outstanding fines, outstanding warrants, and other compliance, to get them on track and get those things taken care of. We fully anticipate to continue this in the future. It's evolved over time. And so we have discontinued sending out paper mail reminders to people because we had an incredibly large number of return to sender, not at this address, unable to meaningfully participate. And giving our overwhelming response electronically to what we do in the court, that's where we've put our emphasis. And while we will continue to handle this in the future and publicize it, any day a person wants to walk in with these issues, we address it right then and there. So we afford people the opportunity to get back on track, to correct what's been missed, to re-engage their case, and we've found that that kind of open door policy really is valuable. We did a fine schedule update last year. We're also looking to do weight vehicle fine schedule that's very much in compliance with the statutory state numbers, and that's for a couple of reasons, but we find that having a schedule that is current and that utilizes familiar and statewide standards is helpful in working with those. So those will be implemented in very short order. We've prepared a schedule so the court and the officers involved in that activity, they're aware of what a person could expect based on those weight issues. Indigent defense counsels. So when a person is taken into custody, they're afforded the opportunity on all municipal court cases for a personal recognizance bond. In some instances, we have people who are in custody on multiple issues. Some are our city, some are other cities, some are state charges. And when those persons appear before the court, we do it electronically via Zoom, and those people are entitled to be represented by counsel. Historically, there was a grant program that was reimbursing us for our expenditures in that direction. And that grant has not been renewed. So we believe that representation by counsel at a first appearance for persons in custody is so important to the process, to the represented person, to moving a case forward in an informed way for a participant, that we're continuing to do that. And we ask that you continue to support us in doing so. We have made some changes, and one of the changes we have made is to include participation with the county 3 days a week instead of 5 days a week. and that has allowed us to continue to make representation by video available. And the change was because it's a remarkably infrequent activity that people are actually identified, information is provided to the court in a timely manner so that we can even conduct those hearings. But it's, I believe, something that's valuable, and I ask that we continue to handle that. We continue to have an intergovernmental agreement with the Adams County Detention Facility. We used to use a thing called Life Size, which was a proprietarial, interactive service, electronically, almost hardwired. And now we just use Zoom, and it works very well. We're also able to record those proceedings, and we've found that the attorneys who participate in that can appear remotely, and it's really very helpful. Not every court will do that, however. So Adams County, we do have a regular schedule with them, 2 o'clock, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday now, and we have no problems with them. Some of the other jurisdictions are less predictable. So Weld County says we won't do video with you. Jefferson County says we won't do video with you. Denver says they will, and sometimes we get it. And but Douglas County, they were able to do it all the time. Arapahoe County, very frequently when it happens. And the reason it doesn't is the legislature came up with the perverse incentive of everybody gets a PR bond, so we don't always have people held long enough to be seen by the court. And that causes issues similar to what we had on the 29th, where we had 2 people with 29 cases because their cases never get resolved because they're continually given personal recognizance bonds, and they did not appear that day as well. So we're mindful of it, working on it, but I ask that this intergovernmental agreement continue and that representation by council also continue. I am a member of the Colorado Municipal Judges Association, have been since I returned to work here. And Judge Dang and Judge Barajas, who are our fill-in judges, backup judges, are also members. We go to their conferences, and it's incredibly helpful. And we have a conference coming up in April once again, and this topic is very full with some of the recent Supreme Court cases. I'll talk about that in just a moment that have come up. We also have quarterly meetings with the Colorado Supreme Court Justice, Chief Justice Marquez. I participate in those when I'm available to do so. And quarterly meetings with the Adams-Broomfield County Municipal Judges. We call it the 17th JD Municipal Judges Group. Something that I kind of encourage that we do so that we're in touch with one another, what the courts are doing, what works, what doesn't work, strategies to move court participation forward in a positive way. And it's really a very good group of jurists who mean well for their communities and for the courts. Talk to you about Supreme Court opinions. There's really 2. One is the Camp case, and you may have heard about that. That's where the Colorado Supreme Court has said that the consequences that are imposed by a municipal court for matters that have corresponding state charges cannot exceed those consequences that the state would impose. For this city, the issue is that this pushes back on home rule and the concept that home rule cities can establish their own regulations about behavior and conduct that occurs within their cities. But it's a final order. However, one city has asked for a rehearing on that. That's Aurora. And so we may hear more about it to clarify things. From our point of view in our court, it has almost no effect. We operate from a mindset that the implication or imposition of jail is highly disruptive to persons. You know, if you're in custody more than 3 days, you cannot donate blood. You start to lose your job, your house. It disrupts your family. You're unable to meaningfully impact people in a positive way. So we really try not to do that. But some people are dedicated and we have to honor their dedication, and sometimes jail's what's called for. But for the most part, we try to avoid that occurs, and so we're really not going to bump up against these much. But there are some cases, offenses that we have in the city where we have some pretty high sanctions, and so the city attorney, the city prosecutor are hot on the job to make sure that we're in alignment with what the current state of the law is. Now, the legislature may move in on this and address it. I don't know the answer to that. But the Municipal Judges Association is monitoring that so that we can have a better idea of just how we're supposed to do things. So I want you to know about that. You'll hear about it. You're going to hear more about it. But from a general practical point of view, it's not likely to cause many problems. There are some collateral consequences that may come up, and council's working on that. Your attorney is working on that, and we'll keep you apprised of any changes as they occur. Our staff, we operate a paperless court. We do electronic messaging to people to remind them we have court, to remind them that Zoom, a virtual experience, is available. Probably a third or more of what we do in our court is virtual, and that's very different from many courts. We're able to do that with payment online, telephone, other interactions with persons, and we had implemented, since I got here, and we still continue to do it, a court survey to get feedback from people of how they believe we are doing our business with the court. Language transition, again, has evolved over time. We had in-person Spanish language interpreters 2 days a month. We're moving away from that because we're finding that we now have access to Language Line, which we can utilize through our Zoom program in any language, not just Spanish language, but Dari, Vietnamese, Korean. It's really a long list, 240 available, but we probably use 40 to 60 different languages in this courtroom. And it's incredibly valuable, and we think it works. So along with it being dollar savings to the city, it's effective. I want to thank our city manager and our city attorney who are available, provide strong resource to the court and support for everything they do, and you are well served by these two. And also by staff. When I go to functions, they're at functions. And I just want to tell you, you have a good group of people working for you. Any questions, I guess? Questions?
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
City Council, you heard the presentation. Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I got a question on, I got to put my spectacles on here. On the 100% electronic communication thing, there's a lot of seniors that I know that they only have flip phones.
Yep.
And I wish you'd reconsider that when it comes to seniors, because they can't do much with that flip phone on
The 100% is on our side. If they want to come to court, we'll accommodate them. If they need to audibly dial in and deal with our staff, we'll deal with them. We can actually do Zoom through a flip phone.
Oh, you can?
Audio. And we do it all the time.
Okay.
So I understand the concern, getting there myself, and but we're able to accommodate that, absolutely. And in my 3 years plus here, I don't think I've had an instance where someone simply couldn't do it. So we'll work with them. Our probation officer, she's fluent in Spanish, and she has the ability to deal with all ages, and she really can get things moving. All of our staff really can accommodate the needs of persons.
Okay, and I got another question.
Yes, sir.
As far as repeat offenders, do you handle them different when they come back for the second and third and fourth time?
We do. Primarily, when the prosecutor comes in, the offer that he may make to resolve a case, it shifts and adjusts. The first-time offender may get a very comfortable resolution of the case. And, we are mindful of CDL, commercial licensed drivers. We have federal law that says what we need to be careful about when we do those things, and we abide by that. We take it seriously. But as the severity of the challenge before the court and the frequency with which people appear, those are both taken into account on every level.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Trujillo.
Thank you, Judge Bowen, for the presentation. I know it's helpful for us new council members. Just wondering if there is any data around what are we seeing in terms of the most violations?
Well, primarily it's traffic, and then some shoplifting, occasional assaults, and then traffic, and then traffic, and traffic. We have the interstates and the 270 and 76 and 85. And that's where primarily we see things, plus the side streets. And I continue to be surprised, and we can pull that data on the number of accidents that happen. And in response to that, we've adjusted fines for when people have accidents. It takes more investigation on the part of the police department. It takes more follow-up generally with the courts, including the possibility of restitution. And so we have adjusted those things, and we take it seriously. Shoplifting is a challenge for us. And part of the reason it's a challenge is the personal recognizance bond. It has two parts. You agree you will come to court. We will let you out. And generally, all that's heard is, we will let you out. And so it becomes its own challenge. But we have some officers that are doing some interesting things. They're aware when we have court. They're aware when people have cases. And sometimes they go out and round them up and bring them right into the courtroom, and we address it. And that's meaningful because it's less of that churning of cases. It's more immediate response for the offender, and the court's able to implement meaningful change.
That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. I'm happy to hear that PD has been helpful in
Yes.
helping your docket continue to move. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. Thanks for the presentation, your continued effort to serve our Commerce City the way you do. Looking at opportunities to be accessible and making sure the court process reaches as many. It's a challenge when every time you get a ticket, it's frustrating, but it's even more frustrating when people can't navigate the process to resolve situations. And so I appreciate your continual effort to make the process as painless as possible, but also the accountability that's there, which is needed. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other council members? Thank you, Judge. I had a question.
Yes.
You said you had an individual who there was a continuance on, their tickets or so, they had 29. You heard 29?
Well,
at
two
once?
people.
Two people.
So, one had 17 and the other had 12. So we don't want to, 12, and that's 12 discrete cases.
Sure.
So before we're able to resolve any or all of them, they'll get a new case.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those were all heard, just in that,
Well, we have to process them, whether the person shows up or not.
mhm.
And so we did have some people that the officers brought in and we were able to resolve some cases, but those two did not.
All right. So our legislation has started this year. And in the past, we've heard from our municipal judge as to certain bills coming forward, and they would relay that to city council for us to know, this is what's going on, this will affect me in court, or affect the city fine-wise, whatever, right? Or any backlash to our public safety. Do you see anything now this year so far out of 146 bills that have been introduced that
Yes.
will affect?
So there are a number where this legislature and this iteration of the legislature has said, we want to look at what municipal courts are doing. And I will say that in part, that's a result of overreaching by some municipal courts, not our court historically or otherwise. But there has been some overreaching, and so the legislature's kind of culling back, wait a minute, you really can't do this. And so we're kind of under a microscope. The other thing that may be coming up is access to online virtual court. So every word we say and every iteration of court that we have, it's recorded. But the state legislature would like to have every court in the state recording that live. And it can be done, but part of the challenge that we have is that there are bad actors, people who choose to disrupt that process. Now, in our court, the way we handle court is in order to participate in it, you have to give us an email, you have to identify who you are, and then you're allowed in to participate, watch, and observe. Now, after court, that's all been preserved, and people can watch it and look at it, but they want, the legislature's very much looking for cities to provide real-time, online, here's what's going on in court. And they're not funding it. So they're saying, yeah, we want you to do this, and we're requiring that you do this, but they're not offering any resource to make it happen. You should look for that to be happening in the near future.
Okay, thank you. And then you had highlighted the CAA expense, first appearance for support, $3,300, and that there was carryover from 2025 into 2026, and that those funds are depleted?
There's no more money. But I think we should continue that. I think people's fundamental right when they're in custody, when it's their first appearance, to be represented, to be properly advised of what their rights are and consequences might be. I think I am very strongly
in favor of our continuing, this city's continuing to participate in supporting that action.
Okay, so that's about, how much would you say per month? About 200 or 300?
Well,
If you broke it down.
so it works a couple different ways. We compensate the lawyer for when they actually spend time on a case. We also compensate lawyers generally to block out a day to be available. And so that total amount is 1/12 of, $36,000.
36.
So $3,000 a month.
Okay.
But it's fundamental. And so I would ask that when those funds are fully depleted, that the city look to continue that project.
All right. Well, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Any other council members have questions for the judge? All right, Judge, I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so as you know, the oil and gas monthly update has been not part of this agenda, so we'll go to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, non-controversial. These items presented to council for a single motion in a vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and separate vote. Tonight, there are 8 items on the consent agenda. Do any council member wish to remove an item? Councilmember Young.
Yes, I'd like to remove item number 26-028, the sponsorship for the Adams 14 Education Foundation.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes, I'd like to remove the proclamation 26002, Women's History Month proclamation, off of the consent agenda. We have a member of the DEI Commission here that would like to present.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other council members? All right, I need a motion, okay. Need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Guardiola.
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
Okay. Will the clerk read the title and take the roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Minutes 26-003, minutes of the January 5th, 2026 regular meeting. Ordinance 2746, an ordinance amending the 2026 budget. 2026 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of grant funding from the Department of Natural Resources, Colorado Water Conservation Board in the amount of $47,257.75 to construct xeriscape demonstration gardens and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2754, an ordinance amending Chapter 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code regarding surplus contraband and unclaimed property. Ordinance 2759, an ordinance amending the 2026 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of Derby Plan area funding from the Urban Renewal Authority in the amount of $90,500 for the Derby photometric study and lighting plan and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. LUP 25-0001, an ordinance amending the Commerce City 2045 Comprehensive Plans, Annexation Areas and Growth Boundaries Map, Character Areas Land Use Map, Economic Development Framework Map, and Residential Areas Framework Map for the area generally located at the northwest corner of East 120th Avenue and Chambers Road. Resolution 2026-029, a resolution authorizing Third Amendment to the agreement for professional services with Hoffman, Parker, Wilsons, and Carberry PC. Open the vote. The vote is open.
Okay, it passed unanimously with one excused absence. All right, well, we'll go to the items that were requested to be removed from the consent agenda. Up first, someone, since we do have someone from DEI Commission to read the proclamation, I will ask Councilmember Trujillo, since you asked to remove the proclamation, go ahead and introduce this item.
I don't see the DEI commissioner here. Did you want to read the proclamation? Okay, I'll bring it up to you.
Women's History Month proclamation. Whereas Commerce City recognizes the month of March as Women History's Month, established in 1987 by Congress to celebrate the contributions American women have made to strengthen the nation since its inception. And whereas Women's History Month honors women of every race, status, and ethnicity who have challenged the social and legal structures that have kept women's labor underappreciated and underrepresented throughout history. And whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also at the forefront of every major social change movement in history, paving the way for future generations to enjoy the unalienable rights, duties, and responsibilities afforded equally to all citizens of the United States of America. And whereas each woman is extraordinary in her own way, proving that women working inside the home or outside in academia, science, technology, business, labor, governance, and more maintain a critical role in every sphere of society.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Pardon? Oh. Now therefore be resolved that I, Mayor Douglas, on behalf of the City of Commerce City, hereby recognize March 2026 as Women's History Month and encourage all residents to join in the celebration, especially with women in their lives in our city. All right. Need a motion and second to approve the proclamation of Women's History Month. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
So moved?
Councilmember Trujillo.
I second.
Okay, thank you. All right. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Yep, the vote is open.
Okay, it passed unanimously with one excused absence. So to discussion, anybody like to have discussion on this? Councilmember Trujillo, would you like to say anything about the proclamation? Okay, that's fine. I'm just giving you the opportunity. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I would like to recommend us taking a picture of the council members here, the women council members. I think this is a great recognition of the success of just the progression and all the things that women have accomplished. But to see so many women here at the dais, that's just such an incredible accomplishment. As well as the leadership team here at the city, seeing so many women in such great roles that help us move forward as a whole city. And so I can't thank you all enough, and I look forward to having that picture.
Thank you, Councilmember Duke. That was, you stole my thunder on that, but I appreciate you saying that. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that at all. All right, any other council members like to say a few words on this proclamation? Councilmember Teeter?
I'm ready to take a picture.
Okay. Well, I'd like to say something. I grew up in a household with 3 sisters and a mom, and later in my life with a wife and 3 daughters. Today, we're blessed with 6 grandchildren, 4 granddaughters, and 2 grandsons. We all have, because of that life experience, I strongly believe women excel in the workforce, often leading the way. For far too long, many industries left women behind, and that simply wasn't right. The laws in the system were structured in this way that forced women to take a back seat while men were expected to be tied to a mortgage or a bank note. I'm glad those laws have changed, and I want my daughters and granddaughters to have the independence, opportunity, and freedom to choose their own path and to succeed on their own terms. All right, well, we'll go ahead and even the folks in the audience come forward. I would appreciate that. Thank you. Come forward and take a picture up on the dais. You as well in the audience. Come on up.
Yo.
I got you. Yes, I read that on the application. Yep. All right, thank you all for taking that picture.
That's exactly what she was mentioning.
Oh, the first
And
day I
then,
snapped it, I had like.
next up is the Adams 14 Education Foundation's sponsorship request. And Councilmember Young, did you?
I'm sorry, I forgot. I need to recuse myself, so I'm going to also excuse myself.
Okay. City Manager, City Attorney.
Oh, no worries. Mayor, you need to take a vote permitting her recusal. And then, as Councilmember Young and I spoke prior to this meeting, my recommendation was you all vote. Once a recusal is approved, then she would step out of the chambers until after the vote, and then she would be invited back in for the next item.
Okay, Councilmember Teeter.
I move that I'll make that motion.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay. The motion is allow Councilmember Young to recuse herself from participating on the next item that was pulled from the agenda.
One second, Mayor, we'll get it in.
No problem.
Your vote is open.
Okay. Okay, that passes 7 with not extension, but one extension and 1 absent, right? Okay. All right. Okay, Councilmember Teeter, you were second on this. Would you like to introduce this item?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion that we support the 14er Fest at the Mount Columbia level, which would be
Okay, in the Mount,
2,500.
2,500, okay. All right, the motion of, okay, need a second? Councilmember Gala?
Mardiola, I second.
Okay, all right. Any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to support Adams 14, Adams 14 Foundation with the amount of $2,500 of scholarship request. And then what are the details here? This is for, Adams 14 Education Foundation. This is before dinner and then just for party of 4 tickets? Is that what it is? Okay. All right.
The vote is open. Sorry, if you can revote, we had one.
Oops.
Yeah. Okay. Apologies. If you'll revote one last time. Okay.
Okay, that passes 7 with 1 extension and 1 excused absence. All right, thank you. Let's see, time is 7:38. We're going to take a 10-minute break before we go into the resolution for the Transportation Master Plan. Well, you guys did good this time. We got 44 seconds left, so we'll go ahead and start. All right, everybody, thank you for coming back. Up next is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Commerce City approving a transportation master plan. I'll invite, that's Jenna Hahn, Public Works Director, but
I'm here.
right there, yes. I'm looking
Yes.
over here to the left.
Good evening.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you, City Council. It's nice to see you all tonight. So just a very quick introduction, as I think you are all well aware, Public Works staff and our consultants have been hard at work on our updated transportation master plan for approximately 2 years now. It's been a very lengthy and thorough process, and tonight we are pleased to present to you what we believe is the final product. So I'll turn the presentation over to Stephanie Ball. She has been the consultant leading the presentation, or excuse me, the preparation of this document. She is also the same staff member with our consultant who presented to Planning Commission. So we're being as consistent as possible with what Planning Commission heard, with what you all have heard, with what residents have heard. So everything has been clearly communicated consistently across the board. And with that, I'll turn it over to Steph.
Thank you.
Here we go, technology. All right, hello everyone. My name is Stephanie Ball. I am a transportation planner with a consultant called Felsberg, Holt, and Joloveg. We're a transportation planning and engineering firm local here to Colorado. And as Jenna mentioned, I've been supporting staff with developing this plan for almost 2 years. So this is a somewhat brief presentation, but I hope you all have had a chance to review some of the supplemental slides and the draft plan in its whole. But I'd be happy to answer any questions that I don't cover during this presentation. So without further ado, I'll dive right in. Okay, so a transportation plan, what is it and what is the purpose? Really, it's intended to provide a long-term vision for the mobility and transportation system of an agency, a municipality, a city, a town, a county. For Commerce City, the last transportation plan was developed in 2010, and so this is an update to that plan to take into account all of the change in land use and growth and development that's happened, but also plan for the next 25 years. And so with this transportation plan, really the goal is to develop a prioritized set of projects, programs, recommendations that reflect a shared vision with the community, with staff for mobility, and a roadmap for how the city can choose to invest its funding to improve the system. So with that, we worked through a process to develop vision and goals. What you see on your screen on the right is our vision statement, and then we have some supporting goals that go with those. And those were all developed as part of the planning process that we went through during the development of this plan. And that included technical evaluation of current and future conditions, and 3 phases of community and stakeholder engagement. And that's what really informed this vision statement and the following goals. And so really the purpose of developing a vision and goals are so that we can make sure that the recommendations that we're developing with the plan are in support of these well-established goals, and that so that you can evaluate projects against these goals to see how well each of your investments is meeting the goals that the city has decided to establish with this plan. So we have 5 different goals here, all from connectivity, accessibility, safety, thinking about growth in a sustainable and innovative way, and then, of course, maintaining your assets. So like I mentioned, we conducted 3 phases of community engagement. This is a pretty typical process in a transportation or transportation master plan process, and it works pretty well in terms of communicating with the community and keeping them informed throughout the process and making sure that you have buy-in on your plan before you choose to adopt it. So the first phase was really focused on values and needs. This is usually our largest, heaviest effort in terms of engagement because this is where we're seeking to find information from the community that knows their roads and transportation system best. So we really want to understand which types of improvements are most important to them, and that helped inform the vision and goals. And then we also want to understand what issues folks encounter when they're traveling, and we had a lot of location-based feedback in this phase that really helped uncover some of the challenges and successes that Commerce City has in its transportation system that may not have come through in our technical evaluation. So it really supported that effort. During this phase, we sent a community-wide mailer and had a number of in-person events, open houses, pop-up events, and like I mentioned, a lot of location-based comments. For the second phase, we were really focused on priorities and trade-offs. This happens about in the middle of the presentation. I'm not sure why it switched over. Thanks. It happens about in the middle of the planning process when we're developing recommendations and really looking to refine projects for the plan. We're looking to understand what transportation investments are most critical, presenting some trade-off questions, understanding the strategies that are preferable so we can really shape what actually is recommended in the plan. We again sent a community-wide mailer for that, had a little bit lighter of an in-person effort, but still had a huge amount of participation in terms of the number of data points that we received during this engagement, and we're really pleased to get that information to help inform the plan. And then the final phase of engagement is once the draft plan has been developed, and this is usually a lighter effort, just sending it back to the community and asking, did we get it right? Does this plan reflect the feedback that you shared? And do you have any other sort of like more detailed comments? And so we typically see a pretty light participation level in this phase of engagement, which is to be expected. We complete these plans for a lot of communities, and I've been working along the Front Range now for almost 10 years, and this is just very typical. So we didn't receive as many comments. We also didn't do a community-wide mailer. Those are quite expensive, and so we wanted to make sure we were being judicious with our resources for this. With that, we did get some comments on the plan, some that were comments that we had addressed but maybe weren't as clear in terms of where they were in the plan, or maybe they needed to be more prominent or explained more thoroughly. So we did make some minor adjustments to the plan based on community and stakeholder feedback. All right, and as part of the transportation plan, we have a chapter called Recommended Transportation Plan, and this contains a subset of modal plans, coordinated modal plans that complement one another, but also focus on those specific modes and needs. And so that includes the roadway plan, the transit plan, a bicycle plan, a pedestrian plan, and it also includes a safety plan, and that's where we incorporated the safety action plan recommendations that you all adopted, I believe, last fall, and so we were coordinated with those two efforts and made sure that we were incorporating those key recommendations into this plan as well. And then we also included a short chapter on transportation technology and innovation for consideration. So for the roadway plan, this is really establishing, there are a couple maps in this plan, but it's really establishing what we envision the future roadway network to be. And that's taking into consideration all the future traffic volumes that were forecasted as part of our technical analysis, as well as looking at new connections, roadway widening, new interchanges, railroad crossings, intersection safety and operation improvements, and other topics. With the roadway plan, we also took a look at the roadway design standards, and there is a short summary of some recommendations to update the roadway design standards that both align with the transportation plan goals as well as the safety action plan goals. And so those, you'll find those recommendations in a table as well. For the transit plan, we were really focused on what the city could implement and trying to make sure that we were taking into account that the city doesn't necessarily have the ability to change the service, but can have some influence on RTD. But really where we're looking at focusing our recommendations, we're focusing on what corridors are most important for transit priority, both today and in the future, so that the city can start to consider where they may be able to create enhancements, whether that's with their signal technology and including transit signal priority, things like queue jumps, which allow the buses to jump ahead of the traffic, or all the way into transit or business access lanes, and so dedicated lanes that let the buses travel in their own lane. All sorts of different improvements to consider that can increase the speed, reliability, and comfort for your transit users. And so we've really focused on which of those transit priority corridors are going to be most important. So some of those include existing transit routes, and some include some future considerations like Tower Road. The bicycle plan. So really this was rooted in both reviewing the Bike Walk Fit plan, which was adopted, I actually should have written this down, I think it was 2017. And so it's a very extensive plan that focuses on active transportation. And so we did a thorough review of that and looked at all of the recommendations from that. And then really our goal was to take our technical analysis and apply that to that network and update and advance that plan. So we conducted a bicycle level of traffic stress analysis to understand the existing conditions around that. We looked at short trips analysis as well, so where there are short vehicle trips that could be converted to bicycle or walking trips. And then we were really looking to create a fully connected network. We also took a lot of community feedback into account with this network. Things like crossing improvement locations were really helpful to get community feedback on those. And then we also provided some bicycle facility selection guidance. So that's what's displayed on the map, our potential proposed bicycle facilities to help advance those recommendations. The pedestrian plan operated off of some very similar technical analysis. We also looked at pedestrian demand, taking into account demographics, land use, and key destinations to really understand where those pedestrian improvements are most critical. We, again, were looking at the Walk Bike Fit plan and the looking at short trip analysis for this, and those community input points that were really helpful with the crossing improvements. With that, we created a tiered sidewalk gap analysis. So the city had previously done some work to gather data on where they were missing sidewalks, and so we tiered those based on the pedestrian demand. And through each of those modal plans and the future vision for each of those, we developed specific projects that came out of that. And the projects were put through an evaluation framework, and this evaluation framework is based on the goals that were established. In addition to public input, did this project address a high number of public concerns, as well as implementation readiness. And so this framework was really helpful to run all of our projects through and help inform the process of establishing priority projects. And this is a framework that the city can continue to use as new projects come up and time goes on and things change. So speaking of the priority projects, we developed these in close coordination with staff through the evaluation process of the goals, but we also wanted to make sure to specifically call out some aspects that were really important to identifying these. And the priority projects, as you'll see on the right side of the screen, they're broken into a few different categories. High priority being 0 to 5 years. These are near-term projects with strong readiness or urgent needs. Medium priority, these are your 5 to 10-year projects. They may require some additional design, study, coordination. And then lower priority, 10 to 15 years. Those are longer term improvements. Most of those are tied to specific future growth and development. And then long range priorities, any of those projects that may be 15 plus years out that really are about creating future network investments and major corridor changes. So each of these projects were developed through those modal plans, but they were prioritized based on safety concerns today and crash patterns. We worked closely with the Safety Action Plan team to identify those. Also, roadway capacity and operational needs, and this is specifically relevant to the future growth that's anticipated in land use changes and some of the larger, more regional connected corridors that carry a lot of vehicles. And so we really wanted to make sure we're addressing those operational needs that we anticipate with those future growth, and land use changes. We also considered economic development and access to some of those key destinations. And then, of course, network connectivity for all modes. And then taking into consideration in terms of how they were prioritized into each of those buckets was really about project scale, complexity, readiness. So making sure that we had really a combination of projects, maybe lower cost, high impact projects with some major projects as well, because this is really intended to feed into your capital improvement program, and so that you have some clear guidance on what to expect and what to plan for over the next 15 years. So this really is a flexible framework. It can adapt as conditions need and evolve, but it's intended to provide that guidance and structure so that you can be strategic with how you pursue funding and all of those things. Speaking of funding, we did look at planning level cost estimates for these projects, and the cost of building and maintaining the city's future transportation system. If every project was moved forward in this plan, there are not enough existing funding sources through the city to accomplish everything. And so really, that's why the priority projects are so important and critical to identify, is because funding is limited and not everything in this plan can be achieved with the existing funding structure. We also suggest exploring some additional funding tools, and we provide an appendix on some potential grant opportunities, and really hoping to just align the local funding to strengthen those grant applications and partnerships so that you can be creative with your funding sources. And then finally, we established performance measures. This is an important, sometimes simple part of a transportation plan, but a really great way to assess how, if this has been adopted for 5 years, and how you can assess how well you're achieving the transportation plan goals and how many projects and improvements you've made. And so we established some potential performance measures that are all aligned with the plan goals. And this is a great tool to evaluate your progress over the next 10 to 20 years. And with that, I will close the presentation. I can jump back to slides, but I'll open it up to any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Council members have any questions? Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I got some questions dealing with the bike trails in the southern part of the district and the northern part of the district. Are we going to be setting up any committees, or is it just going to be the staff reviewing these projects going forward? For example, right now we got one trail that goes underneath Highway 2 to get us to the west. But once you get underneath Highway 2, well, now you got to figure out how to get across Highway 85 without getting run over. And we have no trails, or no really good way to do that. And we have had a lot of fatalities on 72nd and 60th,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, trying over the years. And same thing with going to the south. We've been working with 270 for the last 2 years, and it sounds like they're agreeing to putting an overpass in, a walkway overpass. But I haven't heard too much from the city as far as where exactly we're going to put it. We was thinking around Monaco Street would be the right spot. But we still got to do some work on getting
Yeah.
getting that done. But
I can speak more generally to how this plan can inform the next steps. And so what we've done is established a proposed network and some potential crossing improvement locations. Many of these will require further study and design to determine what is the right solution, what is the funding that's needed, and so forth. And I understand that would be primarily a staff function. And I don't know if staff wants to add anything else to that in terms of committees.
you know, another example is up north on 104th area, Bell Creek area. You know, how would they get over to the Platte Creek Trail from there? There's really no safe way to do it right now. If you go down 104th, you're taking your life in your hands. 112th, same thing. But I mean, they have some trails in there, but there's no connecting trails to the South Platte.
Right, yep. We did look at that and are proposing a connection on 104th, an improved connection, as well as on 120th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you so much for all the hard work that you all put into this over the last 2 years. You can tell it's very detailed, so I appreciate that. As far as the community engagement, can you talk a little bit about, as far as how many mailers went out? I see it's 12,000, but for a city of like 70,000, and these are a master transportation plan that would affect everybody in the city. How did you choose that small number, and what area did those go to?
Yeah, so I believe the mailers were sent to all of the addresses that the city has or has permission to mail to. That was the maximum number that we had access to mail to. So I can't speak to exactly why that number, but I believe that we mailed to everything that we could.
City Manager Rogers, do you want to weigh in on that, or someone from your staff?
So I think when you say that we mailed out 12,000 mailers, that's 12,000 households. We have approximately a total of 21,000 households in the city. So from an assessment standpoint, and maybe we can get a little bit of, the Public Works Director can correct me here, but looking at just the basic ratios of return of that information, that's why you found on stage 1 and stage 2 why we had set duplicate numbers for over half of the population base, given the responses that we would return back or have be participatory or to make aware. But
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to supplement, because that's certainly an important question, and we took community engagement very seriously. The 12,000 households that we reached out to were, in addition to, they were not a part of the original scope, but as we were going through the project, we felt it best to give folks hard copies as well, but that supplemented the pop-up events at our rec centers, the open houses that we posted about, the social media posts, the dedicated website that we had to take those comments from, and as well as presence at events like Speak Up Commerce City. So we truly did our best to get the word out there, and we're very pleased with the results of that additional mailer support.
Thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. The Transportation Master Plan is a fascinating document to read. It's very comprehensive in many ways, and in other ways I find conflicts in it. I think it's important for everyone to read this. One of the problems that I have right now is that we are being asked to approve a resolution without having had a study session on this or that kind of discussion on it, which we would have done on the comprehensive plan. We did that on the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. We are not doing it on the Transportation Master Plan. That seems to me to be putting the cart before the horse, to not have that discussion. I have written down a lot of things, so I know I'm going to exceed my 5 minutes. The good things I noticed is that traffic on Tower currently is 30,000. Those are eyeballs going by, and when the mayor and I attended the shopping center convention, the number of eyeballs made a big difference in economic development. So that is the number that they shoot for, 25,000 plus, and the report says it's 30,000, so that's great. Outflow and inflow, that's on page 39. We could probably use some help in that arena. Only 3,000 Commerce City residents work in Commerce City. 25,780 work outside Commerce City. That's a huge number. So we need to do more in terms of providing employment opportunities in Commerce City. I think it's important for people to look at future density. If you want to know what's going on in Commerce City and what's planned for Commerce City, then read the Master Transportation Plan. Look at page 36. And you can find the Master Transportation Plan in Legistar. It's attached to this. Page 36, for example, shows 6 lanes on 104th. 6 lanes. And I don't know how many people are prepared for that, but those, the 25-foot setbacks in Reunion that make the area look so lovely are actually traffic lanes. So do keep that in mind. Truck route, well, let me go to this first. Pavement conditions, 40% are rated good. 60% of pavement conditions in Commerce City were rated failed to fair or satisfactory. That is a heck of a lot of money, and that doesn't even include this monster priority list that is in the document that you're referring to. There's a single dollar sign, a double dollar sign, a triple dollar sign. I think we're looking at hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure costs for Commerce City to catch up with the things that you mentioned. And you did indicate there was a tremendous amount of money that we needed. But just to do maintenance in Commerce City is going to cost a lot of money. So when we're deciding where we want to put our money, whether we want to put 45 million here or 10 million there, I think it's important to keep these in mind as well. On the priority list, the drainage on Colorado Boulevard was put at the 10 to 15 year mark. And we have Keith coming every other week talking about drainage on Colorado Boulevard. And to tell Keith that his problems on Colorado won't be taken care of for 10 or 15 years is probably not something we want to say to him. He would like to see something sooner than 10 to 15 years. So it's important to look at the priority lists to see whether they make sense to your ward or the areas that you're familiar with. I am also, let me go back. Oh, conflicts. Highway 2 and 104 shows an RTD station. There is no RTD station there anymore. That was removed last year. Also, the new light at Landmark on 96 is not reflected. We also got word of Laredo having a light. That's not reflected. I noticed that 104th on the truck route is now showing as a truck route. 104th Avenue is. And last year, we were told it wasn't a truck route?
I'll put you back on the list.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Just wanted to give time to answer that last question about the truck route on 104th. It is not a truck route, so I'm curious why. Was it highlighted? I guess point of information, was it highlighted as a truck route in this?
I'll have to confirm. I don't think I have that in this slide deck, so let me.
I think that's a good point, Claire. It's not a truck route, so it'll be great to make sure it's not highlighted as a truck route. I'm curious, so thank you for the work, and I am also grateful for the fact that you guys did go back out with the residents. I know there was a short time frame for feedback first, and then you guys decided to expand it. So that was a part of the discussion when Councilmember Teeter and I were on, still on the PRG, where we wanted more information around bike routes and bike paths, and so I appreciate that. In addition to the comments that you received from the movies in the park, the pop-up events, all that, I've seen it throughout the city. I do want to highlight or ask questions around the transit. And just, I'm curious around the conversation you heard or had around our mobility. We have RTD, but was it a big issue that residents really want more transportation, or were they really focused on, like, we need more infrastructure in what's needed for Commerce City?
I think we got comments on all of the above, and improved service, certainly, and also improved conditions at stops. And so that's why we included a section on transit amenity improvements. That was really important, as well as the conditions walking to and from bus stops. That was important and something we took into consideration with the bicycle and pedestrian recommendations.
And was there conversations around just RT, like, is there ways we can better engage, I guess, as a part of this? And this is also on the tail of being on Dr. Cog now, where it's a regional idea conversation, but we want to make sure we're aligned to, like, how do we expand service?
Yeah, I think a lot of the comments that we received, some about increased service, of course, but many about folks and the feelings of safety. And I think that's been a really common thread through a lot of communities in the Denver metro area that we've been hearing. But yes, RTD was a part of our stakeholder advisory group, and we did pass this information to them, and they were part of this process. I think that encouraging additional coordination with RTD through Dr. Cog and emphasizing that is helpful. RTD is about to launch a study called operations and a comprehensive operations analysis, and that'll be coming up pretty soon. So I think that's a really great opportunity for the city to engage in that service discussion.
Okay, thank you. And I guess my last question is for City Manager Rogers. I know, I believe we had a we had a study session about this topic, but refresh my memory. We did have a study session, but it wasn't as in detailed as we're seeing tonight. Is that correct? I think it was April last year.
That's correct. You did have a study session on April 28th last year. Did go back and just check that. It did provide you an update with where we had with our stage 1 and stage 2 community outreach, as well as what would be brought forward to you all as a final discussion around the components of the transportation master plan.
And so I guess for tonight, I'm okay with the resolution knowing that we've talked about it. Since that study session, has a lot changed from what we talked about in study sessions? To get more feedback, or there's things that we should study more based on that last conversation? Because I think it's important to make sure we're all on the same page, I guess.
So what was discussed at that April 28th was current future traffic volumes that looked at existing roadway infrastructure, current volume to capacity as it pertains to our current incorporated boundaries, as well as our urban growth boundaries based on suggested land use growth and associability with our comprehensive master plan. We looked at 2050 volumes to capacity, about where certain roadway improvements would be necessary and or the construction of new roadways. And then we talked about physically constrained projects, that either being road widenings, new roads such as Piccadilly, High Plains Parkway, safety operational improvements. Now, we did not get into specific priority project list.
That could come during our retreat, as we talk about.
So when you typically would find the actual priority project list is what's being presented to you tonight. If there's a discussion around the shifting of potential projects, once again, there's optionality that's provided to the council in being able to continue an item to allow for more advanced discussion on whether or not something that is a higher priority shifts to a lower priority, but you then start to get into alternative scenarios and discussion points around implications, ramifications, and offsets or consequences. So we typically would not have that conversation in a study session and lead up to that as we're continuing to develop that project as we've gotten to this stage and have presented that to you all. I said there's a lot of engineering analysis that has gone into it. There has been obviously a number of different denominators that we shared you all back in April that played into this development of a project list for discussion and for adoption.
Thank you. Any other council members have?
Mayor, if I may, I know that there's this question about truck routes. I do just want to be clear when we're looking at 104. 104 is an identified truck route today by ordinance for the city and what we have posted on our website.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, I want to jump here, but I'll go ahead and go to our second round. Okay. So, thank you very much for this presentation. And that, like I said, we've had a lot of updates from our master development overall, and transportation is a big one. I said on a lot of different transportation boards, and everything we talk about is for the future, not for now, for the future, and how we get there. So when I see that, there was an outreach to 12,000 homes or so, but I think people don't really resonate what's before us, what we're going to approve until that project comes up and it affects them, okay? Take a point, Northwest Parkway. Northwest Parkway is going to come off of 104th and then veer into Reunion neighborhood and then line up to Buckley Road going north. Wait, sorry, High Plains Parkway, sorry. You write this down. High Plains Parkway. The folks who butt up to that area right now, there's not a road. They have not been told or identified, hey, your back of your home here is going to be started at 4 lanes and potentially a 6-lane road going behind your home. And I know that Shea, when they first came, brought this master development plan to the city, 99, 2000 got approved. And they had so many years to implement that project. And those things take time because there's development of homes that are going to go along the corridor. But they actually decided they didn't want to go forward with being a master developer, so they sold what was already conditioned to another developer, a master developer, which is today Oakwood. And so maybe the ask to the city or so, or planning or engineers is, could there be a discussion to actually alter that High Plains Parkway and have Tower continue to go up to 112th and then go west and then line up to Buckley, because there has been a developer that already has approved plans around that road concept, okay, for their future development. And they may be sooner than the other development. So it may not be in a continuous cycle that lines up. So, like chicken to egg situation. They're going to put in a road that's going to line up to 112.
Mayor, if I may, I appreciate the question about High Plains Parkway. This is one that's been, I will say, a roadway of interest for the better part of 20 years since the approval of Buffalo Buffalo Hills Ranch, which is now commonly known as Reunion. But with the Buffalo Hills Ranch PUD, there's certain roadways that have been identified in alignment, and that there has been certain developments that I expect both to the north, or not specific to the south and north, but just to the north, that have been reliant upon the approved documentation, whether through PUD zone documents and subsequent development, that I think there are a number of complexities and actors that we would have to navigate if there were significant potential changes from what has been an identified roadway for an extended period of time. I'm not to say that those couldn't occur, could happen, but I think we would have to do a very thorough analysis of what all of the various implications would be to changing a specific roadway that once again has also not just been in response to the master transportation plan, but also has informed what has been brought before you today. So I didn't want to glean over that to just.
Okay. No, and I appreciate that. I just want to also highlight, there was plans put forward, and those plans got taken away in that corridor, which would have worked great in that corridor, but they didn't move forward with those plans. So I think, as a city, we have to look at our future, because those capital improvement projects fall back on the city, majority of that cost. So we have to make sure if those plans are implemented, they are done well and on a time basis. The time's running up. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, and then Councilmember, Councilmember Teeter, you haven't spoke yet.
You know, there's another project on 60th Avenue and Brighton Boulevard. Right now, we have at 59th Avenue and Brighton Boulevard, we have a railroad bridge that we go under. That's that crickety old, scary-looking bridge that you go under right next to Sand Creek. Well, right now, we're negotiating with CDOT, dealing with I-270, and I-270, or the CDOT tells me that that bridge is going to have to be replaced. It's going over the railroad bridge, and so they're going to be negotiating with the railroad, and that's a big deal because the railroad never negotiates with nobody unless they have to. And so, well, I guess my point is now would be the time for us to be looking at putting a roadway from 60th that just goes straight across on the north side of I-270 and make it to where our fire trucks can get under that bridge, because right now they can't. So they can't go from one side to the other side to protect different parts of the district on that route. They have to go up either up to 56th or up to 72nd, which is a big hassle. Plus buses, it'd be nice to make that bridge a little bit further to the north and make it to where buses could get underneath it, and fire trucks and or even, you know, tankers to go to Suncor, you know, that would help relieve some traffic off from 56th. But that now is the time we need to be looking at that, because those negotiations are going to be coming up. And it's something that our city could use, but that's all.
Thank you. All right, second round, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Okay, just to confirm what you said, City Manager Rogers, did you say that 104th is a truck route?
Yes, ma'am. I am actually pulling it up on our website, but I have talked with our director and our traffic engineer, our traffic manager. Yes, it is 104. When we came before you all, I believe August timeframe, we talked about obviously the impacts of 96th Avenue with the widening and how that's been a primary corridor for freight movement. And in a major truck route east-west through our municipality. We talked about the implications, and it may not have been clear at that time, but what we were trying to opine on is that with diversion of traffic from 96, you have two really alternate routes of 104th and 120th to be able to get east-west, and that there would be greater impacts to eastbound, westbound traffic, as well as potential turning movements coming northbound or southbound onto that. Not necessarily saying that we would be turning on 104th at that time as a truck route, because it was already a truck route. Maybe
Okay.
not heavily
Okay,
trafficked,
good.
but
I just want to reclaim my time if I can. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that that was the case. And it does show on the map on page 44. It shows all of the truck routes on page 44. Also, there is a truck route from 96 up Highway 2 to I-76, and there is an incoming four-leaf cloverleaf that is at for E470 up Sable, which seems to me to be a perfect truck route to redirect trucks to, because on 96 there aren't as many homes up against the actual sidewalk, the gutters, as there are on 96. They are not on Highway 2. There is no school on Highway 2 between 96 and what will become E470. There's 2 exits for trucks, both I-76 and E470. State law requires that we meet certain conditions so that trucks have access. And I believe that we can redirect traffic and let them know that that ultimately will be the best route for them. Obviously, the E470 Cloverleaf is not finished yet, but it will be soon. And it was clear to me when I saw that going in, it was like, oh my gosh, this is a perfect route for trucks, instead of going along 96 between Chambers Road and Tower, which is a very short space. That's 5 traffic lights now. That will include Laredo, Landmark, Telluride, Reunion Parkway, Tower, and Chambers. And there are 6 lights that cover almost 3 miles, going from 96 all the way up to what will be E470. I know that I will have residents in Ward 4 who would not be happy redirecting truck traffic to 104th, but that doesn't mean that it is not available for truck traffic. And I do want to make that point. I think that truck traffic on East 96 is dangerous. It's dangerous for the kids. I had a car when I was 16, a junker that my parents got for me, and I'll tell you, I and a semi-truck would not have been a good combination by any stretch. So I will be proposing a motion upcoming. And also, my time is running out, but I would like to also look at speed limits, which is on page 67. So I will start with speed limits. These are very controversial. I have areas in Ward 4 that they do not want to be considered a minor collector. Thank you very much. They don't want people going 30 miles an hour around a park. They don't want 25 miles an hour to be the lowest speed in some areas. I think this really deserves more analysis.
Yeah, put you back in the queue.
Okay.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Just if you can go back to page 4 or slide 4. Just a comment here as I process this transportation master plan, and I appreciate the amount of effort and time you went out to the community to get feedback. There's a lot of data points here, and in the data points, the analysis and conversations over the past 2 years that led us to this point. The challenge that I caution us all as a body is that if we pick and choose certain areas and pick and choose and nitpick certain things without looking at the whole comprehensive plan as a whole, we run into creating more unintended consequences as you think about land development, uses, and opportunities for us as a city. the goal for having consultants in our staff be a part of intense discussions, and we've been updated along the way at different stages, is that you look at the whole as a city and begin to create a plan that is going to address some of the needs and comments that we've had over the last 2 years. Once we start to take away from some of those community input and add bits and pieces here, we sacrifice and we risk the integrity of having a master transportation plan for the whole. And when we start, jeopardizing the integrity of the whole thing, we're going to create other conflicts across our city that we're all going to experience in the near future. And so I bring it up as a comment as I process this opportunity to vote for this moving forward. The other thing that I want to bring up is that the idea that, as a transportation master plan, we can approve it as a resolution, and then there'll be other discussions around it and opportunities to provide feedback. The other piece is that as we think about our CIP and our budget discussions, we would be able to have an opportunity to look at our capital improvement projects as well as the prioritized projects in here to see what's the right alignment as it relates to our city as a whole, not just specific pieces or areas as a city. And just going back to this slide, as we look at the different 3 phases, a lot of opportunity for our residents. And I want to make sure that, our residents that took time to fill out the mailer, to fill out a comment, to stop by the pop-up events, their voices are heard just as much as other residents that maybe didn't have time or whatnot. But there's a lot of folks that spent time and effort to give input and give it to our city staff and professionals to create a comprehensive plan. I do respect and understand that there has been prior councils that have made different decisions, right? But this is not the time to rehash prior decisions that were made to try to retrofit what's happened 8 years ago. This is what we have in front of us today with community feedback, with the vision that we have for the city to support. And there will be another master transportation plan revised in the next 5 to 10 years as well. And so I bring that up because I hear and I respect and I understand some of the prior arguments that may have been made on the dais, the prior councils. But if that council chose to move into this direction, whether it's the High Plains Parkway or not having a truck, I'm against having trucks on highway or 104th. That is just make sure I'm clear on that. These are decisions that were made, and we want to stand with those decisions and not rehash maybe if we're possibly in a minority of those decisions in the past. And so with that in mind, I want to just put that out there before. I know we're going to have continual discussion, so I'm not going to make a motion at this point, but some things to think about that I want to share as I'm listening to discussions now.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Dukes. I appreciate what you articulated there, and just to know that, that's why this is a master development plan. And let me ask a question on this plan. Is this, as our comprehensive plan, things change? And is this a living document? It's not set in stone, correct?
So this plan, if you chose to accept it, would be the standard that you would go by, and I can let these folks add more to it. But often what we see with communities is that while this plan has a 25-year horizon in terms of what we're looking at, oftentimes communities are updating these between every 5 and 10 years as conditions change. And maybe staff or city manager can speak to more of the process in terms of amendments or things like that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because it's just like a comp plan. We sometimes get stuck on, hey, was approved for a comp plan, and then we push for that to happen, and then we get pushed back to say, no, let's change this, let's leapfrog, and then we're doing something different, okay? So these documents are not set in stone. It's actually, as development comes along, sometimes things change. We can't force someone to do something that they can't afford. And when it comes to the city, same thing. These projects come up. we got to figure out how we're going to pay for those. And we did a very good job of introducing a 1% mill levy back in 2013 that goes into perpetuity, doesn't sunset. Most cities that ask for that level of investment or funding has a timetable on it, usually 10 years, 15 years. We actually are able to have that 1% sales tax that actually comes back to us so we can repurpose those funds, so which is great. We just got to pay off our bond though. So I saw some of the suggestions. We've already done that milestone by incorporating I would say it's kind of like earmarked for new roads, parks, recreation, and every one of those projects has maintenance and operation built into them, so we don't have to come back and ask our citizens for more money to operate those roads, new roads. So, but yes, that's my question there is, how flexible is this master plan?
Yeah, certainly a good question. And, you know, the overarching statement is any of our documents can be amended, right? But, you know, in that same breath, I'll certainly say that this is meant to be the way that we as a city, we as Public Works sit down and strategically think about our long-term planning and funding investments, right? Because it doesn't do any of us any good if every year we're like, okay, what's our priority now, right? We need to think logically about where we want to go with our roadway build out and how that complements our recently adopted comprehensive plan, right? Is what we're speaking to in this document, does that partner with what we see in our comprehensive plan with our Parks and Recs plans, or are they conflicting with one another? And so that's what this document did, is it looked at everything that we had available, including the updated comprehensive plan, to make sure that all of our documents would be pointing us together in the same direction. So that way, when my team sits down and thinks about, okay, what do we need to request for the next 5 years in CIP, we can say, all right, here's what comp plan says land use is going to be. Here's how we support that with our transportation network. So while yes, absolutely anything can be amended, and it is best practice to look at these documents every 5 or 10 years, I would caution us to think that, you know, we can redo it at this level every single year without well, that's not feasible.
Yeah.
And then, you know, having to make sure that this lines up with what our land use is telling us.
Sure. I appreciate that, because every year we have a retreat and we look at capital improvement projects that are going to go forward. You know, they're not now, they're for the future. And a lot of, and quite a few have been on the list, but not have come to fruition. It's mainly due because of funding. So, you know, a lot of these projects that are meaty cost a lot of money.
They do, yes, and I hope folks notice that the priority projects that, you know, at least I've heard while I've been with Public Works are all reflected here to make sure that we're being consistent and continuing to fund initiatives that we've already promised. That doesn't mean that this is the only priority project list. This was put together very mindfully to account for maybe 80% of what we could do with CIP in any given year. There's still opportunity to add in additional projects as they come up, but this was our strategic, you know, way to help guide that process more thoughtfully.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you, the consultants, staff, to putting this together, and all the residents, right? Because I echo what Councilmember Duke said. I do have a question about the high priorities on page 105. When we're talking about 104th, just because, you know, 104th and Bryant Boulevard have come up for years. Does the 104th Avenue, does that, it says improve traffic operations safety at key intersections. Is that the whole stretch? And we could decide what key intersections and what time, or when we do that? Or could you explain what key intersections?
So you're referring to the 104th Avenue and the high priority projects? Is that description?
Yes, ma'am, on page 105.
Yeah, so I believe this one was developed based on many of the safety action plan recommendations, and those have specific locations. We didn't necessarily include those specific locations in this description, as it likely needs some further analysis. But there are some specific, I'm just reading through it here.
I can help out, Steph.
Thank you.
Steph's absolutely right. That specific item, as well as several others, pulled directly from our safety action plan. Again, it was important that all of our documents tie into one another. So for 104th in particular, safety action plan calls out Bell Creek to Highway 2 as the priority corridor based on that assessment. And the safety action plan currently is available on the same website page as our transportation master plan is. We are working on separating them into different pages, but right now folks can access both documents right on the same landing page.
So Bell Creek is a little bit east of Brighton Boulevard. Would there be an issue to add Brighton Boulevard? And I know the logistics that myself and city manager Rogers have talked about. I just don't want to pass this, because this is great work, and then leave an important concern that we have out.
Yeah, and to that intersection in particular, also on the priority page list, I think we'd be looking at page 106 or 107 without having it in front of me. We do mention having devolution discussions with the Colorado Department of Transportation. That's what would be most helpful to help get to that intersection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. I'll read from the master plan. Community members consistently raise concerns about traffic congestion, road maintenance, and safety on key corridors. Roads like Tower Road, 104th Avenue, and 96th Avenue were frequently mentioned as overcapacity or in need of widening. Many residents reported deteriorating pavement and rough crossings, especially in older neighborhoods. Concerns about speeding and aggressive driving were common, particularly near schools and in residential areas. Railroad crossing delays were also a top frustration, with requests for grade separations at major crossings. Overall, community members voiced strong support for improving traffic flow, maintaining existing roads, and addressing safety at key intersections and along freight corridors. So nothing I have said in my remarks is anything that isn't reflected in these remarks by the community. This is what they said they wanted. This is what they said they wanted in the plan. If we don't see it in the plan, then it's up to us as council members to draw attention to that. One other thing they asked for was regarding RTD corridors. They wanted to see more bus lanes, of course, but also benches, shelters, and lighting. And, I see people standing on 104th all the time. I go back to what I'm concerned about is that when the bus plan was created, there was actually an RTD park and ride on 104th at Highway 2, and that no longer exists. Did you want to respond to that, Ms. Hahn?
If you don't mind, I think I could just offer some helpful insight. So without, this plan did not intend to duplicate the efforts already laid out in the safety action plan or erase the safety action plan by any means. So those concerns are addressed pretty thoroughly in our safety action plan. Specifically about the RTD amenities, though, that is also something that SAP called out, and I believe we did highlight in here too. So I don't want anyone to feel like we weren't hearing those comments. These documents are meant to be complementary of one another.
Yes, and I'm wanting to make the point that this is what residents are looking for.
Absolutely.
And all of this costs monumental amounts of money, and it is the hardest job that we will have going forward, is figuring out how to address the needs of our community with the revenue that we have, and how to move that money around in the best way possible for our residents so that they see a quality community for a lifetime. That's what they're looking for, and that's what our job is. All of us may see that differently. We may have had a different answer for that when we each ran for city council, but that doesn't mean that that isn't what the bottom line is of our residents, and that should be our goal and our intentions every time we make a decision. How does this make us a quality community for a lifetime? I would like to see those corrections made. And when we are at the point for a motion, I'm going to make a motion to remove East 96th Avenue between Chambers and Tower as a truck route.
Well, would you like to make a motion?
All right. The mayor is inviting me to make the motion now. My motion is to remove East 96th Avenue as a truck route from the Transportation Master Plan.
Okay. Want a second? I'll second that. So is this addition to the resolution? This is a City Attorney Zarzaki?
Thank you, Mayor. So there's two ways to do this. You could take a motion simply to amend first, which is to take East 90th Avenue off as a truck route, or you can make the motion to approve the master transportation plan with the amendment with the modification of that change.
What do you suggest?
We're in motion, if you will.
Sure.
To amend it.
Okay,
So,
no problem at all.
Yep, to amend the Transportation Master Plan and remove East 96th Avenue as a truck route between Chambers and Tower.
So the motion to adopt Resolution 2026-008 with the amending, right? Amending,
I was just trying to make clear
Oh.
if the motion is
Sure.
to approve the master plan with that change, or if there was simply a motion to make that change before you ultimately make a decision on approving the master plan.
gotcha, so this is separate.
I think it's up to the motion maker. That's why I was bringing it up, just to make sure that we are all clear on what it is we are voting on.
I am preceding the vote on the resolution. My motion is prior to the vote on the entire resolution, so I will be amending the resolution that we would be voting on if my amendment passes.
Okay. All right, we're treated as a separate amendment, okay. Discussion? Councilmember Young?
Just point of information, if this were to be approved, does that mean that we are changing the truck route, that trucks will no longer be allowed to drive down 96th? Or is that like, are we just amending to look at that for the future?
I think that's a great question. Formatively, we would take the next steps of formally removing 96th Avenue as it's identified today as a truck route from all of our correspondence and all of our guiding ordinances and documents. So functionally, this is going to be setting the tone for what would occur as next steps with respect to truck routes and freight movement.
So if trucks were caught driving down 96th, are they being penalized or ticketed for that?
They would be going forward once all of the necessary adoptions were taken by the council.
So this vote would put that process in motion as of today.
Truck route by way of a separate resolution.
Yeah.
So I think we need to have
That's
another
what-
resolution.
Yeah.
Do you want me to? I got it. Okay.
So this is going to set us down a path to bring a ordinance, because the original truck routes that we have established and how we have it was adopted in ordinance by 1987. So by you all saying today that you would like to remove that section of 96th Avenue from being considered as a truck route, myself with the city attorney's office would craft a ordinance or appropriate resolution that would remove that, which then we would then in effect going forward after that action, issue fines and education, making everyone aware that that portion is no longer a part of our adopted truck routes.
Thank you.
Okay, City Attorney, you're in the queue? No, okay. Councilmember Sandoval?
Point of information, forgive me for being confused. Because since, we're one month in, and since we began on council it's been a consistent conversation that 96th is the designated truck route. That's also been the concern and the evaluation that led to the widening of 96th. Is that correct?
I would say there's a multitude of different reasonings why the widening of 96 needed to occur. I mean, obviously, one, our original master transportation plan had always looked at the adoption, or not the adoption, looked at the widening of 96th Avenue from a 2-lane road to a 4-lane section. And we had met certain traffic volumes that necessitated that change. That was part of the evaluation that was done back in 2021, 2022. Truck and freight movement played a part to that, as well as passenger vehicle, as well as just, once again, the overall vision that was identified at that time. So the widening, like I said, is just commensurate of that. What was your other part of the question, ma'am?
I guess I'm confused on the fact that we've been mentioning that 96th Avenue is the designated truck route, but if I understand correctly, you stated the opposite just a bit ago, indicating that 104th was. Can you please provide clarification?
Yes, ma'am. So we have, in the Northern Range, we have 3 east-west roadways that are identified as truck routes, 96, 104th, and 120th. When we made a presentation in August of last year, we had identified that if you removed 96th Avenue, there would be consequences as far as additional truck volumes that would have to be absorbed at 104th and 120th, which would then cause other complications. So today, all 3 are truck routes, and we are simply stating what the implications if you remove the portion of that from the existing condition. And just to be clear again, what any action tonight with the master transportation would be doing is highlighting the staff that additional steps would be necessary for us to officially remove 96th Avenue at a future state from a truck route as we have adopted and presented on our website, which then has other implications to it. So I just want to be clear that it highlights this because we would want to ensure whatever adopting ordinances and or resolutions that are in place for our truck routes is reflective of our master transportation plan.
Thank you, I think.
Councilmember Sandoval, you done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Garliola.
Thank you, Mayor. I totally hear your concerns, Mayor Pro Temp, but I can't support this because then we get into a different issue of all of us bringing our own issues of what streets we should do, what we want. We hear from Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3, Ward 4. I think there's a process for that, and I think we could have some great discussions for that. But to bring it up at this time and just throw a resolution out there and making all of us think about that and putting us in a hard spot, right? Because those are great concerns, but I have a laundry list of concerns in Ward 1. And there's a process that I'm talking to the city manager and different colleagues and city attorney, how we get that out there and helping all our residents understand those processes. Not just coming in when we are discussing the transportation and saying, I want this out or I want this in. To me, that is just not right. And so I will not be able to support this. I think those concerns are valid. I think we could do a study on it, talk about it more with staff, with the colleagues, with more residents. I also think, this is 2 years in the making. 2 years in the making, feedback. I know I completed a comment card and went online and advertised it and promoted it. And so we're just kind of throwing that out and just saying, nope, we just need to change this. So I won't be supporting this motion. I think we could bring that up to another time because they're valid. But I think every one of us up here has a list of other valid points that we could do, and just throwing out a motion to get it is the wrong way to do it tonight. So I won't be supporting your motion.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I also won't be supporting the amendment to remove 96th Avenue. And first, I want to stop and just thank Jenna Hahn for the presentation a year ago. In that presentation, you provided a detailed analysis of what happens if we remove 96th Avenue as a truck route and the complications and impact that it will have across our city. One of which it would be 104th, trucks can't make left-hand turns. I mean, and then the other one was the weight bearing and an additional cost it will take to increase the weight limits on 104th. So those fiscal impacts that will be made and have to be made for something we've talked about before, something we researched before, something we've discussed before. And so I thank you and the team at Public Works that we've had maps, we had discussions, and not to belabor the point, but this is an example of what I mentioned earlier, that if we nitpick pieces of it, we are going to compromise the whole plan as a whole, and I'm not in the business of compromising that. The other piece is that these are the same arguments that we've had with every plan that has come before us as council over the past 2 years. Whether it's a comprehensive plan where we decided that some residents' input was not as important as others, right? In this, we had how many folks give input over the last 2 years? These voices are just as important as the expertise that has been able to put together this plan together, because that's the point of having a comprehensive master plan, to look at all the points, all the issues, and create opportunities for us to move forward. I won't be supporting the amendment, and I look forward to actually making a motion on moving forward this resolution for this piece. But I just have to share that with my new council. I know I have 3 minutes, but I just can't stress enough the fact that we have talked about 96th Avenue. We have had study sessions about 96th Avenue. We have talked to residents about 96th Avenue. We've had residents come in saying we understood it was a truck route. We've had residents talk about, hey, if we move and eliminate this truck route, I bought a house on 104th and 120th. Now we're going to have more trucks there. It creates such a ripple effect that we have talked about. And that's before we even talk about the financial cost that we have discussed. And so to have that amendment just kind of thrown out there, it takes me back a little bit, but I can't support it.
Councilmember Trujillo, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I also will not be able to support Mayor Pro Temp's request. Feels very misplaced. I appreciate Councilmember Guardiola and Duke's comments around the process and also the time that has been spent putting this together. So I won't continue. They have both said, kind of summed up what my thoughts were. So I will not be able to support this.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. I appreciate my colleagues' resistance to this idea. And I will read again from what we heard from the Master Transportation Plan. Overall, community members voiced strong support for improving traffic flow, maintaining existing roads, and addressing safety at key intersections and along freight corridors. That's what a truck route is. Please, I just want to reiterate that this is a high school that's going in. We already spent money for a pedestrian tunnel because of our concerns for the safety of students going to this high school. That is what the biggest issue is. I talked to CDOT representative who was gravely concerned. He said that East 96th Avenue already exceeds other corridors in terms of trucks along that corridor. The minute we finish the widening and improvements on East 96th Avenue, there is going to be it will attract other vehicles. There's a term for it, and I'm not thinking of the term right now. All of these trucks will head for this area and jeopardize the safety of young people going to Rocky Vista High School. So I'm sorry that you won't be supporting this, but I had to do this on behalf of the community. This high school will have 2,500, 3,000 students, most of them from Commerce City. So it's not like I'm talking about Ward 4 kids. I am not being selfish. It is entirely different. I am being selfish about the safety of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to ask our consultants or even Public Works Director.
Mr. Mayor?
Hold on. I got the floor. Have you heard the term called forcing function?
Forcing
Yeah,
function?
forcing function, yeah.
I don't know specifically what you're referring to, no.
Okay. Public Works Director, have you heard forcing functions before? Used that term before? I'm not familiar with the term that you're using in the context. Okay. Forcing function is a behavior to get the desired outcome. So, you know, I've seen chicanes, I've seen narrow lanes here in the city, separate designs for schools, but in most cases, sometimes those things don't work. And so the way our streets are designed causes faulty behavior. So when we put signs up directing people, it's pretty much set up to where the fault, when there's a fault, the faulty behavior happens. 96 was not as it is today. I've been living in Commerce City since 2004. When we moved here, we looked at the future plan of the city. I mean, it sounds kind of nerdy, but just looking at the growth. 96 turned at Buckley Road and went south to 88th because it was a truck route for the trash. That's pretty much what was the 96 was trash. It was mainly trash trucks. There's a safe way for them to go to the landfill. Every day, the days that I drive down 104th, there's trucks on there. And we're getting ready to have, let's say before year end, a transportation terminal at 104th and Highway 2 on the southwest side. So updating the transportation master plan is not about changing directions. It's about responding to current conditions, improving safety and access, and ensuring our investment reflects how people actually move today. While changes always bring challenges, doing nothing would leave us with the plan that no longer serves our community or qualifies us as a critical funding. So we have to think in the future of what we implement today, how those changes are going to go. And I appreciate all the work's been done. I'm not disregarding any of this project because this is a lot. Okay, we pay good money for this. All right, so I'm not discounting that at all. But if you don't know where we came and where we're at today, and for someone bringing something up and it doesn't make sense, you have to understand the process. It's not taking anything away. It's the way our city is moving, where our growth is, and our growth is continuing to happen north, is continuing to happen east. So we have to react to that. 2050 is a long ways away, but we have to get there, right? So that means we need to make changes that are going to reflect the growth. If our growth stopped right now, it'd be different. Then 96 was just stay away. You know, traffic's coming through. We're not growing anymore outside our boundaries. We're not landlocked. So we have to make sure when infrastructure comes in, a different infrastructure can be built. And they're going to need truck routes right now, in the future on 104th, those corridors over there. So we need to move where business moves. We also, sometimes we have to change things. You know, we talk about things that are implemented from council previously. Well, some of those things were brought back. That shouldn't have been brought back, but they were. So it's not, it is not what, as it's been stated, okay? If you don't like something, you bring it forward and and you get different results, right? So you bring data in to try to change those outcomes. So I just want to be clear to council, this is the time, this is why we're having this discussion, is because if you read through the document and you see there's changes, this is the time to ask for those changes. Time to incorporate them. If we get a discussion later on that 96 is not going to work out, that's fine. But just think of what the process is. And that's why we're at this stage. Sorry we weren't at a study session, so we could have more time to talk about this, because this is a meaty discussion. It really should have been a study session before it came to us to have this discussion. All right. Okay, I'm going to call for the vote.
Mr. Mayor, I've had my hand up.
Hold on. There's a lot of people saying no. Let's just call them for the vote. Then I'll get back to you, because we're going to have to prove this, and I'll let you speak.
I'd like to make a point of appeal.
Pardon me?
I'd like to make the point of appeal to allow Councilmember Rocky Teeter to share before we call for the vote.
Well,
So a motion is a point of appeal.
City Attorney Zarzaki?
So Mayor, under Bob's rules, if there's an individual that would still like to speak, technically, we're supposed to allow that individual to speak. There is an opportunity for individuals to make a motion to close the debate. To make a motion to close the debate, it requires the individual making the motion to have the floor, and it also requires a 2/3 vote of the quorum. So that's what the rules say.
Okay, I thought that was on a hearing.
What's that?
I thought that was on a hearing.
No, that's on anything that's being debated.
Okay. I mean, I don't mind Councilmember Teeter talking. Go ahead, Councilmember Teeter.
Okay, I guess I'll start out with the people that have moved to Commerce City, and they want to do away with interstate commerce, or just it's like, what the hell? I mean, that 96th Avenue was there a long time before there were any residents. I think we had like 6 residents out in that area back in the day. 96th Avenue has always been there. We have a number of trucking firms between 88th Avenue and 96th Avenue, between Highway 2 and I-76. And if you're coming in from the east, the best way to get there is Tower Road or Chambers down to 96th, and you come across. It's been a safe route for years and years and years. If we need to make it safer, we should make it safer for trucks, but trucks need to be there. These people put their whole livelihood into their businesses in those areas, and we need to allow them to get to their businesses and to function. We need to allow for interstate commerce to function in our commerce city. And Councilmember Dukes, that's right-hand turns are hard for trucks to make. Left-hand turns are very easy. But anyway, that's all I got.
Thank you, Councilmember Teeter. All right, call for the vote.
Mayor, the vote is open.
Could you state the motion again, what we're voting for?
This is a motion to amend to remove 96th Avenue.
Between Chambers and Tower Road. Remove 96th Avenue as a truck route between Chambers and Tower Road.
All right, you've allowed that vote to happen. So the vote fails 2-6 with 1 excused absence. Okay, Councilmember Trujillo.
I actually would like to make a motion to approve this resolution.
Okay.
To approve the transportation master plan as written.
All right. So you want to adopt the resolution 2026?
Correct.
-008. Do you have a script?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 2026-008, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, approving a transportation master plan.
Okay. Councilmember Sandoval.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2026-008. And we'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote. Sorry.
Resolution
Hold-
2020.
1 second. Steve, hang on 1 second.
Apologies.
All right. Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to actually thank you for your comments in terms of change. You know, I think what Mayor Pro Tem has put together and as a motion that failed before was an idea, if you don't ask, then you won't know. And I think, I just want to make sure we have that same spirit of change and thoughtfulness where things are not going to be consistent forever. Things can change, things can come off the agenda, things can come off and be revisited, because as you noted, things evolve. And the evolution of stuff actually is okay with the new body and folks that have different points of view. So I just want to thank you for making that note and that, that motion and just the words around, it's good to have healthy discussions around what was in the past and think about what the future could look like. And so I just want to continue to embody that spirit around, things could be different. And so I appreciate your comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandoval.
I'd like to echo that, and I also would like to echo what Councilmember Guardiola had said, that this is an important discussion, but it's out of place. And so I don't want to necessarily just completely throw it out, but instead revisit it in an appropriate time frame. But I think that there's been 2 years of work that has gone into this, and we have to move forward, especially if the last time that it was implemented was in 2010. So it's an important discussion. But just as Councilmember Dukes mentioned, we have the ability to make amendments in the future to any of our plans, which we have already. Even in this first month of being on council, we have made that change. So that's all I wanted to share. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other discussion? Okay, call for the vote.
Resolution 2026-008, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, approving a transportation master plan. The vote is open.
Okay, it passes 7-1 and 1 excused absence. All right, up next, ordinance on first reading, ordinance 2761 prohibiting off-highway vehicles on streets, sidewalks, and highways. Who's taking this up? City manager? City Manager Rogers? Who's
Mayor, I
addressing this?
believe, go ahead.
Well, please, sir.
I believe Ms. Carson's is going to get the chief, but I can sort of
Oh,
tee
there he
this
is,
up.
right there.
He's right behind us.
Yeah. Sorry, it just didn't say who was doing the presentation.
I can tee it up as well, just really quickly, just so everyone knows, particularly the new council members, why it is we're here and how we got here. So on October 6, 2025, City Council approved a motion to direct the city manager and city attorney's office to draft an ordinance for council consideration that addresses the unlawful operation of electric bikes, e-motorcycles, and off-highway vehicles such as ATVs by minors. This motion was largely related to the recently adopted ordinance that was approved by Aurora City Council. So we have spent the last several months understanding what the Aurora City Council ordinance does and does not do. I did send an email communication to this body on December 23rd, outlining what our municipal code does allow, does not allow, and the distinction between that comparative to the Aurora ordinance. And with that, I can hand it over to you, or I can keep going. Okay, we've been living this for a couple months together. So, what you see before you on first reading is an off-highway vehicle ordinance that largely mirrors the Aurora ordinance. It does not regulate e-bikes in any way, shape, or form. I think there's a huge distinction between e-bikes and dirt bikes. Dirt bikes would very likely fall within the definition of an off-highway vehicle, whereas e-bikes would not. What you will see in the ordinance, if you pull it up, is that it also clearly it prohibits the use of off-highway vehicles on highways, city highways, streets, and sidewalks. It also includes a provision that would make it a violation for the parents or guardians of minors that are illegally operating off-highway vehicles on city streets, roadways, and sidewalks. I will stop there.
All right, thank you. Chief Ronald, sorry about that. I saw you sit in the back, and I didn't know if Ms. Hahn was going to, so.
No problem at all, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Council. This ordinance is very straightforward, and I think it does not have a presentation accompanying with it, in part because it is a very simple, straightforward ordinance that simply prohibits off-highway vehicles anywhere in the city and adds a component to hold parents responsible, as the city attorney mentioned.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. We do have a problem with dune buggies, that kind of thing that people take out in city streets, so it would apply to that. What about the children? So you received, I believe, video, I think, and I saw a photo of officers, or a drone photo that the police had done of children on motorized or electric vehicles. How is that addressed?
I think that's wholly dependent on the type of vehicle in question.
It would be two wheels.
Right, I think that depends on the type of two-wheel vehicle in question. This does not address the e-bikes. If it is a motorcycle that is designed primarily for off-highway use, that would address that. Depending on the age of the child, we can't charge any activity. We can't charge anyone with a violation of state statute if they're under 10 years old, which is, in my estimation, why it's important to have some component to hold the parent accountable if they know and sanction this behavior. But depending on the type of the vehicle, this may or may not apply. If it's an e-bike, it would not.
So the children who were stopped at a park, they were on what kind of vehicle? Earlier we had folks talking about kids riding these small vehicles around, not vehicles, but two-wheeled things. Are those considered e-bikes, and any age can use them?
Well, it depends on the nature of the two-wheel system. There's three classes of e-bikes, but I think a lot of the small dirt bikes, what people refer to as pocket bikes, UTVs, side-by-sides, dune buggies, three-wheelers, four-wheelers, those would all fall into the category of off-highway vehicles.
Okay, and what's a pop bike?
They're popularly referred to as like pocket bikes, which are mini motorcycles, mini scooters. They're far outside the class of any kind of e-bike, but they're just smaller versions of dirt bikes.
Okay, and it would apply to them or not?
If the device in question is designed primarily for off-highway use, then yes, it would.
Okay, that'll be difficult to tell, I guess. Then, I had a follow-up question. Shoot. It was for the city attorney, too. I was shifting gears. I got stalled out in third gear. Okay, I'll be back, maybe.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I'm on the starting line, ready to go. We talked about the ordinance, but at first, thank you all for the hard work to put in to find out what the classifications are and the different classifications of e-bike. And I think it'll be great to kind of share the education component of this that you've been thinking about to really drive home the full, because it is confusing, but the education piece, you want to share some of what you're thinking?
Yes, sir. So it is a two-pronged approach. Obviously, what you were talking about before you today with off-highway vehicles is more of an enforcement campaign and information sharing about what to expect, and obviously that we're taking this issue very seriously. I think what, the city attorney and the chief have highlighted, right, there's 3 different classifications of e-bikes, that is governed by the state. That said, there are educational practices on how to be a good neighbor, per se, as you're utilizing sidewalks and other thoroughfares, and, how to abide by lawful practices, which will want to educate the community who do have those on how, not to put, vehicles and pedestrians or others at conflict. So we'll be looking at how to push both of those efforts out at the same time to tackle, while one's enforcement, the other one's education.
And my understanding is the other part of it, you will be working with our school districts as well to make sure they're aware of what's happening as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I wanted to bring it up because that's the other component that is going to be able to help educate our community so that people understand the differences between the types of bikes, and hopefully that this isn't a concern moving forward, but there's more educated so people make different choices. And so thanks for sharing that.
City Attorney Zarzaki.
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier this evening, you heard the municipal judge reference a recent case that was handed down, People versus Simons. And that is relevant here because I'm going to highlight a recommendation for an amendment to the ordinance that you have before you. And specifically, what I am talking about is the penalty provision in subsection C. Currently, as drafted, it states that the fine will be of not less than $50. The reason why we had put $50 in was to comply with the People v. Simons case in an earlier draft, when we also had contemplated the allowance of designated areas where these vehicles would be, folks would be able to operate them. We have taken that exception out, which means now we can lift the penalty provision to above, or we can raise it to above $50. For clarification, the Aurora ordinance has a penalty provision of $250, so no more than $250. I did meet with the city manager and the chief today to discuss that number. I also met with the municipal judge, and he was comfortable with the $250 penalty. If that is something that this council is interested in, just wanted to flag the reason why what you see before you on first reading is not the $250 was simply because we were trying to comply with the People v. Simons case, but that is no longer applicable as is written.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I know looking through the judge's for fines, it's said off-road ATV off-road vehicles is $1,000 first offense.
Yes, that's correct, and that will remain. So just maybe it might make sense to take a moment to just clarify that on the books currently, we have a definition of ATVs. We have a definition of motorized devices. In many instances, those are prohibited from public places. There's an exception to that definition of public places, which is streets and highways, right? It really is applicable to parks. So that is to say, if the city council is interested in regulating off-highway vehicles on streets and highways and sidewalks, I certainly would recommend that we adopt this ordinance. We drafted it in this way in trying to comply with the request that this council made when it approved the ordinance in November. So That is all to say, there are a number of different types of definitions. There's a motorized device, there's an ATV. We have those definitions in our municipal code in large part because we've also separately adopted the model traffic code, and those definitions live within the model traffic code. We thought the cleanest way was to have an entirely separate ordinance provision, have a definition for off-highway vehicle, and clearly say this is prohibited on highways, streets, sidewalks.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble and then Councilmember Dukes.
Yep. My question for the city attorney is about parks. And the pocket bikes in particular are being driven in parks like it's a dirt bike course, and also private parks. So in Ward 4, for example, Reunion Park is a very huge park, but it's privately owned by the Metro District. Does this ordinance apply to parks, either public or private?
Caesar.
So right now, motorized devices are prohibited in the city per a different ordinance from operating in parks. So they are currently not allowed, period. To the extent that a device would also fall within the definition of an off-highway vehicle, like a dirt bike, then yes, they would also be prohibited under this new ordinance.
Private or public?
Private land may be different, but we do not have a designation of designated areas where those would be allowed. So it's a good question. I don't believe that we would read these ordinance provisions to say individuals are not allowed to ride dirt bikes on their own property.
Oh, I'm thinking about a private park. Metro districts have private parks.
So they could certainly regulate on their own, but I think the fundamental question is, do these regulations prohibit it from use on privately owned land? And I don't believe that is the case.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to add the amendment for the fines $250 or higher. Is that correct?
Correct. The way that the ordinance is written, it would be a fine of no less than $250.
So I'd like to make a motion to amend this ordinance to add the language of a fine no less than $250.
Okay. Councilmember Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion? Councilmember Jahil? Councilmember Teeter?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay, hold on. Okay, the motion on the floor is, there's a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2761. The council is seated, and then also. Pardon me? It's just the motion for the amendment. Oh, the motion to amend, a motion amendment to. Yeah. To fine no less than $250, is that correct? Okay. Great.
The vote is open for the amendment.
Okay, passed unanimously. All right, I need a motion and a second to approve, to introduce ordinance 2761 by council is seated and approve in first reading. Councilmember Young,
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2761 by council is seated and approve in first reading. Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, thanks to city staff and the efforts from the prior council or group. This came before us. I was the original motion maker, and I think it was seconded by Councilmember Ford. And the idea was that this motion and this ordinance brought to light a challenge and find out a way we can find a solution to a challenge that we were hearing throughout the city for a number of weeks, and so, or a number of years, and technically. And so this was brought forth to address the challenge. And it's important to note that because it's an opportunity for us not just to continue to hear it on the dais, like these are issues, but this is an effort for us to solve the issues. The other big piece of this, and the exciting piece, is like, how do we engage our families and guardians to make sure they're a part of this dialogue so that it's not just a punitive measure across our city, but there is intentional education, which you mentioned, and outreach to say, hey, we are worried about the safety of our youth. We are worried about the safety of anyone impacting or tragically, accidentally hitting our youth. This is an effort to be proactive, to say, we don't want a tragedy that takes place across our city, because it is a city impact. It will be a city travesty. It will be devastating for us all. So I'm thankful to have this here today. I know this is first reading, but again, we want to present this, share it, and then make sure as we talk about this is that, again, this isn't just punitive, but this is like, how do we come together as a community to stop? Because as we know and we hear, some of these dirt bikes and ATVs have some really young minors on there, and they're crossing streets at high speeds. They are not looking both ways. And, I got a lot of text messages from some of my friends in the north that say, hey, I'm buying this for my youth and for Christmas. And I'm like, whoa, no, I would recommend against that, right? Like, this is something that's not safe for our community. So this is another tool to help our police and help our community to say, let's have a dialogue, let's have measures in place, and then hopefully it deters some of the behavior. So thank you all for considering this as a vote.
Yes, I think Councilmember Duke said this can be confusing for people. I see it all the time on the weekend. People riding ATVs. Those are fun, but they can also be dangerous because people cannot. Sometimes it's just too late because they're very fast, and I've seen younger kids on them, and thankfully most of the kids I've seen have helmets on. So education is going to be a big thing. And I think if we can highlight in the Council Connect, it's just like when we pass ordinance and then we want to get with our HOAs to make sure, hey, these are laws that I'm going to implement it, and this is how you can address them. I think we should also make sure we do that as well, because we're not lucky as legislators coming into January and then ending in May. This is 52 weeks here, and we're dealing with this, so thank you. All right, and call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 2761, an ordinance amending Chapter 11 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, prohibiting off-highway vehicles on city streets, sidewalks, and highways. The vote is open.
Thank you. Okay, passed unanimously. One excuse absence. All right, on to administrative business. Do any council members have an administrative business item? Councilmember Gualanola.
Guardiola. Thank you, Mayor. We're getting better. Appreciate you. I'd like to do a motion directing the city manager to draft a letter formally requesting Adams County CDOT to initiate the permitting, design, and construction process for a traffic signal at the 104th Avenue and Brighton Boulevard intersection, and for city staff to explore temporary options for that intersection. I think we've been hearing this loud and clear. I live right by there. I've heard it for years, and totally understand some of the issues with it, but I think drafting that letter to CDOT and Adams County, and then allowing our city staff to see what temporary options we have, will do it somewhat of justice for right now.
Okay, that's your motion. Okay, second, Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay. All right, I don't have that in front of me. Councilmember Gualo, could you please restate
Yep.
your motion?
Motion directing the city manager to draft a letter formally requesting Adams County and CDOT to initiate the permitting, design, construction process for a traffic signal at the 104th Avenue and Brighton Boulevard Road intersection, and for the city staff to explore temporary options for that intersection.
Thank you.
Mayor, the vote is open.
Oh, sorry, discussion, Mayor Pro Tem Noble? Okay.
Councilmember Dukes.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. All right. Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion, in light of the comments there in public comment around the CDOT project and the excitement of 270, I'd like to direct the city manager and staff to draft a letter of support in favor of this project, as it's going to have a great impact, a positive impact on our community.
Okay, Councilmember Trujillo.
I'll second.
Okay. All right. Discussion, Councilmember Sandoval?
Thank you for bringing that up, Councilor Dukes. Councilmember Dukes, I think that's an important conversation to have. I think that was something that we expressed our interest in early on, but it missed us in our conversation, and so thank you for bringing that up. We do want to support CDOT in their venture in addressing 270 because that is a corridor that is important to Commerce City and affects all of our communities, so I'm in support.
Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have anything to say?
The only problem I have with sending a letter is that CDOT came and spoke to us, and there were things that remain a concern when it comes to environmental issues and what we can do about trucks. And the suggestion was to put trucks in the express lane so that they wouldn't pollute the area for the residents who live on either side of 270. This is going to be quite the attractor going forward. So without knowing what the letter says, I wouldn't be able to support this at this time.
Councilmember Dukes, is this a letter that's already been drafted by Adams County, or is it a separate letter from us to CDOT?
Yeah, this will be a letter from the city manager and his staff drafting it for us to review to send to CDOT.
Okay,
In
so,
favor of the project, overall in favor of this project moving forward. That's the motion.
okay, as what was presented to us from CDOT?
It'll be a letter supporting the project as well as presented with the environmental study that was presented, with everything that was presented, to say we are supportive of this project in its current iteration.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess question, Mayor, City Manager Rogers, is that enough clarity, or do we need anything else?
I think that's pretty straightforward.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay, draft a CDOT letter of support.
Mayor, the vote is open.
Okay, it passes 7-1. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble, did you have a? No. Yeah. All right. I have an item on the NATA board along with Councilmember Teeter, and they're asking us to support a letter, or it's requests from NATA to support Adams County in their efforts to to apply for a grant for 120th and Highway 85. I asked the city manager to forward this to the full council, so you have the information prior to this time of the meeting. I'm gonna ask council, do you guys have any questions on what's being asked to support from NATA for the county? Seeing none. I appreciate that. So my ask is, this is supportive. Adams County has requested 2 letters of support from NATA to accommodate their federal-built grant application for 120th Avenue Multimodal Corridor and US 85 120th Avenue Interchange Project. Both projects align with NATA adopting guidance principles, and NATA has a history of supporting similar federal grant applications for the member jurisdictions. NATA staff has indicated that should members be comfortable moving forward, the organization can conduct a virtual vote of the full membership, and the majority, a quorum of 7 members, is required by February 18th, after which the chair would sign and finalize the letter for the inclusion of Adams County's application packet. So that's Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I just wanted the rest of the new council to know that NATA is the North Alliance Transportation Association.
Thank you, Councilmember Teeter. All right. Okay, we're ready.
Sorry, Mayor, that was, we didn't catch a second. Was
Oh,
there a second on that?
yeah. That was my, did I get a second? No, my Mayor Pro Tem Noble, sorry.
Second that.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, thank you. Okay. The vote is open.
Okay, that passed unanimous with 1 excused absence. Okay, on to reports. City manager, I'm sorry, is there anybody else has any unforeseen or emergencies? All right. On to report, City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got 2 things to share with you. As you all know, on regular meetings, we have typically done a city council recap from video to a text format most effectively or efficiently since the meeting in March. We've noticed that, our viewership in that form has been down, and we've tried to explore a number of different ways on social media to get that back up unsuccessfully. That being said, we still understand the value of being able to provide a recap of the council's votes. So we're going to be moving forward with a different approach that will allow for us to have quicker access of that information and items of interest while maintaining transparency and reducing staff time. So we've recently launched C3 and Focus videos, which will deliver more significantly higher visibility and engagement, ensuring better use of our communication efforts. So just want to give you a heads up on that if you see that change on our website. To my right, you all have now had the pleasure to meet Mr. Jim Moaning. Mr. Jim Moaning is our Enterprise Applications Manager. The reason why I have him up here is wanting to share with you all that starting tomorrow, we will be going live with a new data transparency dashboard. And in that data transparency dashboard, it speaks to one of the metrics that we all had agreed upon for this upcoming year to be able to implement a homelessness resource dashboard with real-time information, visualization, tools about cleanup activities, enforcement schedule, and trends among the unhoused population, and obviously the prohibition of shopping carts. So Mr. Moaning is going to bring up what will be active, what will be live for our community to interact with, to intersect, as well as to understand and know what we are doing in our current activities with, within our community. So what you have before you is what is our dashboard that will be able to communicate a number of different pieces of information. High level, it will talk about the number of issues that have been submitted for the month, as well as how many that we've been able to close out. So what you find is as of reported midnight yesterday of the number of issues that we have in progress in our city and the new number of issues that have been submitted. So this will update automatically on the day so that it is real-time information. Through this point, dating back to April 2025, we have closed 129 unhoused population-related tickets or encampment tickets to a total percentage of 96%. Got to give a lot of credit to IT and our Public Works and our Homelessness Task Force in being able to populate this. I don't want to do a disservice, but want to give Mr. Moaning an opportunity to kind of talk through some of the other things that I think kind of highlight how we're also understanding the migration trends so that we can get ahead of what we have called the whack-a-mole situation and with our enforcement. But Mr. Moaning?
Hi there. Thank you for your time tonight. So what I'm showing right now are all of the reports that are related to encampment activity that are captured in the Access C3 public portal or public reporting portal. What I'm showing right now is a heat map of all of those incidents or reports, closed reports or closed incidents as well as open go into the heat map. This application, just as it loads and shows the information from the Access C3 portal, is focused on active encampment reports. So we have issues that have been submitted to city staff and issues that are in progress. For each of these issues, we're capturing information directly from the Access C3 portal. So you have one place to go to look at all of that information, and you don't have to navigate into the Access C3 portal to do it. This is just a little bit more user-friendly, and it provides more information on the comments that city staff have left, as well as the reporter of the encampment, as well as all the photos that have been captured by both city staff and the citizen reporting the issue. We also have some additional information, which is just taken directly from the Access C3 portal. And all, as City Manager Rogers mentioned, all of this information is updated every night at midnight. So this dashboard is up to date as of yesterday. In addition, when reports do require code enforcement, we have links directly to the code enforcement page that is capturing information about any violations that have occurred related to that incident. So I can see the violation information directly related to that incident. And we still have the encampment dashboard up in the background on another tab. So we're, I guess that pretty much sums up a lot of that.
So one thing that Mr. Moaning has not shared, we've reached out to a handful of different municipalities that have these similar dashboards. I think primarily one of the biggest ones that's had to deal with homelessness being the city of Portland. The city of Portland has a very similar dashboard as how it approaches the information sharing, gathering. They spent the better part of $10 million to develop their dashboard. We developed ours in-house within a 3-month time frame. So I do really have to tip my hat to our IT team, as well as to the Homelessness Task Force that put this together. But as Mr. Moaning was sharing with you, while you're seeing photos of what's the before, there will also be photos that will be uploaded of the after, so that there's a clear distinction that we have been present, we had taken action, and we are measuring ourselves against the 7-day policy that we have in place. What will also be an opportunity is that you see those 3 lines that you're able to drop down. It will also if you come across something as a resident, as myself or anybody, right, this becomes an easy place to be able to find out, has this been reported? If it hasn't been reported, there will be a direct link to being able to report it then and there so that we can then take immediate action as we may be throughout the rest of our city trying to address. So once again, trying to put information at the fingertips of our community, but also trying to make it easier for the community to help support us in that we are attempting and doing and showing them how we are doing and addressing this intractable issue. And this will be going live tomorrow. We will also be pushing it out on our social media and our various digital media platforms about how our community can be able to access this information and being able to share with them what you heard today with them tomorrow and going forward in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. My staff was kicking me underneath the table to make sure that I remind you all that our point in time data as it pertains to the homeless situation. We have somewhere between 90 and 100 known unhoused population within the city, as well as 35 individuals living within RVs. So when you think about some of these close cases that you've seen over the course of the year, those are individuals that are known to the city. And when we look at the heat map, that heat map gives us some guidance as to, like I said, the migration patterns that within our community, so that we can try to get ahead and we can try to stay on top and try to continue to offer them services, in addition to having them understand the expectation of our enforcement of the policies and the ordinances that we have in place.
Thank you. This is phenomenal. Really appreciate that. This is real time, and that makes a big difference because we get a lot of people, calling, hey, so-and-so's here. At least you can go there and they can actually see what's been not only activated, but what's in the process. So thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
This is wonderful and will be helpful for people who use computers and will know that it's being addressed. So it won't be duplicative, but we'll at least know that it's happening. It brings to mind the well-being team and rangers. How are they paid? Are they paid under ARPA money or are they general fund?
They're general fund, ma'am.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Any other council members? Councilmember Dukes.
Just a point of thank you, city manager and the team. This is a long time coming in terms of the thought process, put in pen to paper, thinking about the back end with the data dashboard and the Power, is it Power IB or Power BI? Power BI, right. But thank you all for thinking through that. One question is are you gonna post this on social, like a communication campaign so we get the word out?
Yes.
Again, thank you. This is something that's, like I said, long time coming. Community's gonna be excited to see this. And the fact that we are able to show progress across our city and then get feedback real time, it's gonna be more of a community effort to hopefully help folks experiencing homelessness have opportunities to move and have stable housing. So thank you for that.
Sorry, Mayor, that concludes my report for this evening.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions for City Manager Rogers on his report? Okay, City Attorney Zarzaki.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be very brief. A couple of updates. I will be attending the IMLA mid-year seminar in Washington, D.C. on April 9th through the 12th. Our emergency operations plan ordinance will be coming to you for first reading on March 2nd. And then I also wanted to get some direction from City Council as it pertains to my office preparing a litigation report for the body. When I started in 2024, we were doing a quarterly litigation report that we were sending to council via email. I noticed after the first year that litigation report did not substantively change much by quarter, So it didn't make much sense, in my opinion, to be sending you the same report if there were no updates. So I'm looking to this body for some direction. If you would like me to simply update you annually, biannually, as items come in, I typically do inform you when we've been named as a party to litigation. But I'm certainly at the will of this council if you have a strong opinion one way or the other. I think biannually would be more than sufficient, but I'd like some feedback.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
I think biannually would be the best way to go.
Pardon me?
I think biannually would be the best way to go on this instead of doing it quarterly.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Teeter. Councilmember Trujillo.
I would agree biannually makes sense, given the lifespan of litigation. But also, thank you for notifying council as we are named, whether it's the city or council members. Hopefully that's not going to happen, but I would like those updates to continue as folks are named.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Biannually works.
Okay, is the council okay with biennial? Okay, all right,
Thank you, Mayor.
thank you. Okay, any additional questions for city attorney? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to council report. Any council members wish to make a report? Councilmember Trujillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to throw out again that the DEI Commission is hosting a movie night on February 6th, this Friday at 6 p.m. at Eagle Point. We will be watching the movie Soul in honor of Black History Month. And also just want to speak a little bit. I have attended 2 of the Commerce City Housing Authority meetings, and just want to put this in front of my colleagues now. But I do believe that I have some ideas around a better way for appointed council members to maintain connection with the Housing Authority while avoiding conflicts of interest. So would love to have conversations around that a little bit more. And also ideas around how we can enhance continuity and consistency through duration of projects that they have. So just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sandoval.
I was appointed to the Adams County Economic Development, and I just wanted to share that I attended last month. Nobody was there. Went today, and I met with the president, CEO of AC Rep, and she notified us just a little bit ago that AC Rep has changed its organizational structure over the past few years since Adams County Economic Development merged with the North Metro Chamber of Commerce in 2020. So they no longer have appointed board of directors. And under their new structures, per their bylaws, every 2 years, the mayors of Adams County communities select one mayor to represent community stakeholders on their board. And in 2025, the AAC Rep Board transitioned to an elected governance board that meets quarterly. So each of our communities can appoint council members to serve on 3 unique committees: the Civic and Business Alliance, the Development Council, and Business Advocacy and Public Policy Committee. So there's a spot for 1 appointee and 1 alternate on each committee. In addition, they welcome staff members to also join those committees. And she offered to meet with council or staff to review updates to AC Rep as the Regional Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development champion for Adams County region.
Okay, thank you for that information. Councilmember Young.
I attended the AC Rep Civic and Business Alliance special briefing last week where they talked about the passenger rail planning and the Front Range Passenger Rail District. And so some of the things they talked about was the joint corridor service between Denver and Fort Collins, some funding and tax context. And so I don't know if this is relevant to Commerce City, as I don't know if we're like in their taxing district, but they are, they're redrawing those taxing lines to only include the cities that will have a station. We talked about municipal and corridor coordination, and it just was an interesting project I hadn't heard about before. So there possibly could be some impact for Commerce City, but I appreciated meeting other city council people and getting to learn more about what's going on.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. A couple quick updates. One is I was able to spend time with actual Councilmember Young over at the Stead School. We were able to look at the new design, and our students did a great job at having a design competition to change the logo. So they had different options, and they shared it, and we were able to rank those. The other piece, I was able to participate in open house at our Historical Society with Councilmember Guardiola and as well as Councilmember Teeter. This was a great experience just to listen to the desire and hope for the Historical Society and the museum itself to live long past the current iteration, so it's a part of the city history for the future. And then last, I just want to take a moment to address something that got brought up earlier. As the mayor mentioned, change happens, and I think change in its context could be jarring, it could be shocking, it could bring out a lot of feelings in it. So I respect that and I understand that. When I mentioned earlier today and asked for the recommendation to remove the oil and gas report off of the regular council meeting, it wasn't intended to say we don't want to talk about oil and gas at all. Is actually, as I have participated with actually Councilmember Teeter and Mayor Douglas, as we went to NLC in Utah, there was a couple presentations that talked about these opportunities where we can look at community and advancing community health and well-being. And then I found out that as a city, we actually are an opportunity city as a cohort to get professional TA about how do we look at indicators that help us advance well-being and health as a whole. During the public comment, and one of the challenges I found with the oil and gas report is that it showed up again at public comment in the sense of like, this is about Suncor and this is about the South. While there's disparities in the South and there's challenges with the health, with pollutants in general, as a whole city, we have health disparities. As a whole city, we have challenges that we need to face. And if we don't address that or look at ways that maybe during a study session, we look at different indicators to address this as a whole city, we miss out portions of our city when we think about health and well-being. And so I bring that up because as you'll see in the near future, I'll put together a motion and an ordinance to and hopefully it's approved, but it's the idea of advancing community health and well-being, looking at ways where we can have a presentation that drive transformational policies and systems of change that ultimately promote health and well-being for all residents. Oil and gas conversations and that nature will be a part of a bigger discussion, but my goal is to connect what we learn with taxpayers that helped us go out to conferences, bring it back and make it applicable so that we can improve the whole city, not just a portion of it, not just a piece of it, because at the end of the day, we have to think about everyone in our city and how we use data and decision makings. And I mentioned the idea of policy change. Updates alone are not enough for me, right? I think we have to make efforts to improve the well-being of our city as best as we can. So while the updates are amazing, I posed a question, how many policy changes have been made? And how do we change that, right? And so this is the effort that I will bring forward. That's the heart of the intent. I know change is difficult, but this is the evolution, and I hope to have support for everyone on council as we talk about the evolution of, again, advancing community health and well-being, and looking at systemic root causes of disparities in our city. So that's the hope, and I wanted to share that, so everyone, we're all on the same page.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your thoughts on that, Councilmember Dukes. Nevertheless, it gives me the opportunity, which I plan to take during my council report, that the oil and gas report tonight would have shown that there were 20 exceedances. These are emission exceedances at Suncor, ranging from all kinds of different problems. So that is something that residents in that area might want to know. Those 20 were between November 29th and December 13th. 20 exceedances. It is ironic that we didn't get the report tonight when this is far more than usual, but that's the way it was. Also, the report tonight talked about plugging wells at TR Ranch. TR Ranch is a site at Tower Road and 112th. That was going to be the site of the Owl and Falcon pads. The Owl and Falcon pads would have drilled horizontally under Reunion and under Buffalo Run. What we had heard in a Water Commission meeting from South Adams County Water and Sanitation District is that Civitas extraction was leaving that area and they would not be doing those wells. So I would have loved to have asked the E3 group what that meant in the long haul. And as for the rest of Commerce City, man, you are absolutely right. Tower Road landfill is something we really need to be keeping an eye on. The town of Erie has had its own community. They appoint people to a community task force regarding the landfill in Erie. When I was at the EV announcement here at City Hall, the representative from Republic Services was smiling about the fact how surprised he was that there was so little pushback from the city council about the expansion of the Tower Road landfill. While I did not support it, the majority of the city council did. That Tower Road landfill will increase in height by another 7 stories and include 3 more mountains. So I think you're right, Councilmember Dukes. It is critical that we look at environmental issues around Commerce City because Commerce City cannot continue to be a dumping ground for every toxic industry. Thank you.
I think I can get us in and out by 10:45, Mayor.
I'd make a motion to extend it to 11, just to be safe. Oop. That's my motion.
I second.
I'd like to stick with the 10:45 if we can, because I don't think, based on City Manager Rogers' suggestion, I think we can get that in and done during that time.
The vote is open, Mayor.
So moved.
Second.
Mayor, the vote is open.